Preface to A Month on the Norfolk Broads on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Month on the Norfolk Broads on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. Preface. How this cruise was projected was in this way. One of the four of the crew of the Lotus was, and still is, myself. But whether he was, or is the poet, the liar, the athlete, or the antiquary, must be kept a mystery to my readers. To which the editor has added the following note. The too clever reader's remark that the writer's identity is obvious has been foreseen, and is hereby barred by special condition. End of editor's note. The antiquary and the poet had, 20 years ago, long before the Broads had become so well known as they now are, gone up the North River in a pair-oared gig, steered by a lad who afterwards steered a winning Grand Challenge crew at Henley, and had thoroughly enjoyed themselves there. Now, after long years, during which they had become old and lazy, and found themselves possessed of great disinclinations to quant or to scull or to go miles for morning milk, or, in short, to do any hard work at all, they wanted to revisit the scenes of their former travels, but with great forethought invited a man who had just left Oxford, where he had been great with his legs and arms, to accompany them, rightly thinking that he, in the superabundant energy of youth, would delight in doing all the necessary work they now loathed. To them was added a volunteer, usually known as Liar Smith, for his quaint variations from the truth whenever out for his holidays, but who, during the other 11 months of the year, is as steady-going, prosaic and reliable a stockbroker as needs be. The antiquary, who had nothing much to do just then, came down and looked out for a boat, and was lucky enough to come across a roomy old tub, half wherry, half cutter, of about 14 tons, drawing 3 foot 9 inches, known as the Lotus, and familiar to the frequenters of the Broads from its curious round top. Her wide berths and comfortable cabin took his luxury fancy at once, and it was soon bought fairly cheap. She was then cleaned and fumigated for several days, for the former owner had apparently lived on her for years, and when she had got insufferably dirty, had put a new coat of varnish on over the dirt. After some days' work, it was discovered that in the remote past she had been a mahogany-built boat, and more enthusiastic scraping and cleaning ensued, till the late occupant would not have known his old ship, it looked so clean and bright. We were lucky in getting a crew, for we secured old Tungate, a veteran of 76, but still nimble and a perfect storehouse of information on all the waters and their occupants. He used to be a great pigeon and snipe shot, and though his sight was not as good as it used to be, was a great acquisition from his everlasting good humour and his innumerable anecdotes. He had a fault, and that was that which is locally called mardling, that is, gossiping on vain and unprofitable subjects when he went on his errands, a habit which rendered it absolutely impossible for him to be sent milk or bread buying. He also liked to keep old bad eggs in his bunk, had a tendency for retaining old eel babs which had done him service days ago, and he liked eel broth with rum in it. For second hand we had one of the kids of Wroxham, who also did very well till the startling novelty and wild excitement of the town life of Norwich upset him to such an extent that when we got there he was never himself again. The antiquary wanted to call him the Buccaneer, after his noted namesake, but he steadily declined to answer to a name which he did not understand, but which he thought was something very terrible. So we compromised the matter by letting him down easily and calling him Pirate, to which name he answered cheerfully. Later on we had a man called Lancaster, another good man, but one who did not go wrong, as the fatal urban temptations of Norwich had palled on him years ago. The antiquary was very interested in him, and tried hard to make him out a descendant of John of Gaunt, who he said owned a lot of land in Norfolk, and was rather disgusted to find that his by-name was Flea, one which he had gained by his small size and great agility. He was remarkable for his personal cleanliness, a very unusual thing in watermen, who, as a rule, are never known to wash, and are believed to flake off their dirt when it has increased to an inconvenient thickness, by rubbing themselves against the sharp angles of square flint church towers. While we were fitting out our boat, an unexpected addition to our party appeared in the shape of an American correspondent of the Antiquaries, who had come to England on genealogical searches intent, with his wife. He came just as we were thinking of starting, and jumped at the idea of being personally conducted under the wing of the antiquary over Norfolk, whence his people came. We had no room for them on the Lotus, so, as money was no object to them, they hired the big Norwich pleasure wherry called the Zoe, the best on these waters. Unlike most Americans, he was fat, and what with his obesity and his wife's boxers, the pair had none too much room even on the Zoe. Such toilettes, I venture to say, had never before been seen up these parts, and we fairly astonished the natives. Him to ourselves we privily called Fataman, by way of abbreviating Fat American, and her openly Fatima, and to this day they are in blissful ignorance why we so called them. Now they will know, but they are a long way off by this time, so it does not matter. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the Tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Just a-going to begin. So, on the something of August, 1880-something, we all came down from London, the Langham Hotel, where Fataman very unnecessarily would lunch us, as though we were leaving civilization, to Beccles, where the Lotus had been refitting, and securing a fly, drove down to the church, and carried our luggage down the steep steps to the boats. When we got to the top of the steps, we noticed a shade of disgust slide over the usually placid face of Fataman when he saw the little ribbon-like river winding through the very flat marsh scenery below us. He nobly refrained from comparing it with any American river, chiefly, as he afterwards explained, because he could not remember any brook sufficiently small. But he was obviously not impressed. Nor were matters mended when we went on board and found that the last coat of paint had only just been put on the Lotus, and that the stink was so great that it was out of the question for anyone to sleep on her for at least 2 nights. However, we stowed everything away, and arranging for us 4 to sleep up the town, made the best of a bad job, and determined to explore the neighbourhood for a day or 2. First, I may as well say, as a sort of guide to others, what we did stow away. What our American friends had, I can't say, but its bulk was simply terrific. Big trunks, Saratoga I fancy they call them, cumbered up half the long saloon of the Zoe, and packets innumerable kept cropping up from odd corners all the voyage. Of course, we brought no meat from London, as there is always plenty to be had at Beccles, Lowestoft and Yarmouth, and it is only when one leaves Yarmouth for a voyage up the Bure or North River that the question of flesh supply need be carefully considered. We laid in a couple of hams for frying purposes, a great tin of spiced boiled beef, the best thing in the world to keep, eggs, butter, marmalade, bread, and so on at the local grocer's, and we were lucky enough to secure, to Fataman's delight, several pounds of tomatoes, a most useful combination of fruit and vegetable, and invaluable for a voyage. Hollow biscuits, from the baker's up St. Giles's at Norwich, and a Dutch cheese completed the list of our solid food, while a few cans of condensed milk were taken, not because we liked it, but because we liked less to drink milkless tea. Tea and coffee we brought from London, and so should everyone else, and if a few tins of sardines are added, no great harm will be done, for the sardine of the local village shop is a strange, weird old fish, the demand for it being small indeed. For ourselves, we took on board whisky, as being the most wholesome drink, and ballasted the boat with soda water, for which immense demands are always made, and which cannot be replaced at the waterside hostelries under 6 shillings a dozen and 2 shillings for the bottles. For the men we supplied rum, the whisky being quite thrown away on them, as not being hot or strong enough, and allowanced them 1 shilling a day for beer, which they got for themselves, and drank when and how they liked. Beastly sweet stuff it is too. 2 great jars were filled with drinking water, or, as they called it, pipe water, but owing to the delightful mixture of well water and sewerage which is so common in the country, we gradually got into the wherryman's habit of filling from the centre of the river when we were well away from towns. Fataman, who is a bit of a doctor, said it was much safer, because if any foul stuff got into the water, it became oxidised, or something of that sort, by exposure. To return to our ramble. We climbed up the steps again, and walked round the churchyard, wondered in our ignorant way at the massive tower being detached from the body of the church, till the antiquary read us a lecture on clockers in general, and this one in particular, and wandered eastward down a waterside street, which had apparently not had a house altered since the time of Queen Anne, the whole place looking so old world and sleepy that we half expected to see a sedan chair swing round the corner, and a hooped lady get out of it. The suffocating smell of the tanneries drove us back, and we walked round and tried to get into an old empty house, in vain search of panelling, blue tiles and mantelpieces. But iron was against us, as an old lady told us, metaphorically for the door being locked. We crossed the railway again and made for the park or common, where the athlete told us a story of how a father, whose son was at the Beccles Grammar School Sports some years ago, indignant at some unfair treatment shown to his offspring, complained vehemently to the judge, who answered pompously, "Do you know, sir, who I am? I am the Mayor of Beccles." "Then damn the Mayor of Beccles," was the terribly profane reply. The athlete could not tell us whether the earth opened and swallowed the offender, but I believe it must have done, for there was a large hole near there. We then dropped in at the King's Arms to have a chat with Peter Youngs, and order our drink on board. While discussing a glass of his ultra extraordinary cherry brandy, and admiring the hanging flower garden which makes his inn yard look like an open-ended greenhouse, he reminded us, by the way, that Beccles is the only place in England where there are no rates and taxes, all being met by the profits of the town marsh, and boasted of the success of the Caxton Printing Office, where an immense deal of printing is sent from London and elsewhere to be done by piecework, and so lost to the Cockney printers, who, in their wisdom, object to one craftsman earning more than another. Down the steps again we were turning to the boats for tea, when we espied a marvellous old curiosity shop, the like of which we had never seen, kept by an old soldier, who had certainly amassed the most heterogeneous collection of good, bad and indifferent furniture, china, glass, books and pictures possible. His collection overflowed from one shop into another, then over the road to yet another, covered the pavement and roadway, and finally straggled about into sheds and a little apple orchard leading down to the river. I should fancy that he bought anything and everything, and set it down and left it there. Where a chair fell, there it lay, and the grass grew over its legs, and fallen apples rotted on its seat. Old brass scutcheoned chests of drawers, turned out of the house as unsaleable, gaped and warped and shed their veneers all over the place, while warming pans and tea urns peeped in a melancholy way out of their drawers. Still, there was much that was interesting and good, and we all secured some old world curiosity which you might have hunted London for in vain. I never tried, but am open to bet that the owner could supply you with a horn lantern, a case of cupping instruments, an hourglass, a tinder box, and a second-hand coffin. We tried to get our American friend to buy a set of Ancestors, but the paintings, though old, were poor, and we failed to find anything very grand in the loft stuffed full of books, for one Aldous Wright, not wholly unknown at Trinity College, Cambridge, is a native, and looks round occasionally, at least so we were told. We had not done with curiosities, for turning down the lane to the boat we saw an immense fossil bone, a mastodon's shoulder blade, or something of that sort (I speak in ignorance), serving the ignoble purpose of a drain post. Inwardly wondering what Dr. Crowfoot, the intellectual head centre of the district, why does he not write more and not hide his light so much under a bushel, could have been about to allow such a profanation? We turned in to tea on the Zoe, and after a lazy lounge on deck, watching the swallows dip and the bats flicker in the half dusk, and the lads and lasses sculling back to town after that most pleasant flirtation, a rowboat one, we left our friends and tumbled up to Peter Youngs's to bed, promising to knock up Fataman early for a bathe next morning. Very early it was too, when we thundered on the Zoe's roof till he emerged, and we took the jolly up to the bathing place above the town. I suppose it is the beautifully clear water and the excellent bathing accommodation that makes Beccles boys swim like frogs. Never elsewhere can there be clearer water. In early morning you can see each little stone at the bottom, though the water is exceptionally deep, and the bathing pitch off a short turf meadow is perfection. Lucky Beccolites who have such a river with its wealth of wild flowers at their very back doors. I never before saw such a flower garden as the bank showed, and Fatima's delight at seeing the English flowers of Shakespeare for the first time was pleasant to witness as we paddled her about after breakfast. Sweet sag or sedge was a novelty to all but myself, with its greeny yellow crinkled leaves, richly aromatic when crushed, and its great roots pungent and sharp to taste, once said to be used for the adulteration of beer. By great good luck we were able to show our visitors what they so much wanted to see, a regular Elizabethan house, for the athlete had met the owner of Ross, or Rose Hall, himself an ex-champion, in friendly rivalry in years gone by, and we were most hospitably treated and shown the oak-panelled bedrooms, the long haunted open roof, and the moat now converted by cultivated taste into a charming garden and walk. Another short row after lunch took us to Shipmeadow Lock, one of the prettiest I have ever seen, and so a lazy, loafing, flower-gathering day came too soon to a close. The next day nothing would suit the antiquary but that we should go to Bungay, bon gré, mal gré, as the poet tried to pun. So, being too lazy to resist, we consented, and went by rail. From the guide-book, I fancy, he had been continually quoting the rhyme, belief in the authenticity of which I hereby utterly abjure, of "Were I in my castle of Bungay, upon the river Waveney, I would nae care for the King of Cockney." So we were vastly disappointed at finding nothing worth looking at. Lumps of wall were here and there sticking up out of the mounds, and a big gateway, and that was all. And oh, if Beccles is sleepy, what words can be used for Bungay? Melancholy reigns supreme. Had I any thoughts of committing suicide, and felt a little bit doubtful as to the propriety of doing so, I should certainly stay at Bungay for a while. All doubts would vanish after the third day. We were so depressed with an hour or two, and with the vault-like chamber at the inn in which we silently and sadly lunched, that quick exercise became an immediate necessity. So some of us took a fly, and the others walked over to Loddon, to find it just about as lively, but with a grand old church with a tremendously long clerestory, which opened the southern antiquary's eyes. Here we fed, I cannot say dined, at the Swan, and made the best of our way back to Beccles late at night. Over our last smoke we agreed that we had had enough loafing about, and that, fresh paint or no fresh paint, we would be off the next day. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the Wherry Zoe and its tender, the Tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beccles to Yarmouth. Off we were accordingly early next morning, making the best of the tide, which, though slight, was useful, and got away just after breakfast. The waterside of Beccles town is as pretty and quaint as it well can be, with its old gardens sloping down to the river, with quiet little summer houses and boat houses, where lurk all manner and sorts of water vehicle, from the steam launch to the water velocipede, a wonderful specimen of which, of indigenous manufacture, is on view here. Here is solved, in an easy and natural way, the question of how to give odds at lawn tennis, for the courts are on the slope of the little hill, and the top court must be worth 30 and a bisque to anybody. We had to hold our noses again on passing the tanneries, for, though the natives, making the best of a bad job, affect to delight in the odour, and assert that they have an acquired taste for the smell, we had not. Directly we got through the two bridges, one for the rail and the other for the road, we were in the open country. All to the right is the rate-paying fen, the property and glory of the town. But to our left are some well-wooded mounds, they call them hills here, which lasted till we nicked through the swing bridge of the railway, just as the red flag was being hoisted for an approaching train. These swing bridges form a very exciting element in the river sailing. One, maybe, is carrying on with a fair wind, and the red flag is down, and keeps down, till perhaps 300 yards from the bridge, and then up it goes, to a chorus of anathemas from all on board. Or perhaps the flag is up from the moment you catch sight of it, and you hold on, hoping against hope, and halloaing fit to strain your throat, and have at the last moment to put about and go round. Not so easy a job in a big boat in a narrow river. Of course, sometimes there is the perilous delight of seeing the porters trot to the windlass and begin to open just as you are almost up to the obstruction. And then, if you are plucky, you keep on, and perhaps just scrape through with your gaff touching the bridge as it swings, reminding one of Marmion bolting over the Douglas's drawbridge, just as it trembled on the rise. However, we got through this time all right, and were soon bearing along under the higher ground, on the top of which Aldeby Priory stands. There is nothing much to see, but we had great difficulty in restraining our American ally from going on shore to see it, as being the first bona fide ruin he had had a chance of inspecting. However, we promised him a much better one soon, and consoled him somewhat by telling that the church was dedicated to St. Furcius, and that Taywell, the Quaker murderer, who was the first victim of the electric telegraph, was born there. All of which I saw the antiquary getting up out of the guidebook and retailing as if he had known it all along. Just about here the poet began to get sentimental, and for the next hour or so continued to hum a statement that he could ne'er forget that autumn day upon the Beccles river to a well-known but somewhat monotonous tune, from which Fatima, who seemed a judge of symptoms of this sort, wisely opined that we were passing some spot endeared to our friend by some pleasant memories, as turned out to be the fact from after his confession over his third whisky and soda that night. When, after passing some pretty wood, which hangs above the low marsh level, we got to Borough St. Peter, we brought up at the little Staithe by the Waveney Arms, for our friends declined to pass the curious church without a more close inspection of its strange tower than we could get from the boat. A telescopic-looking edifice it is too, rising in tiers from bottom to top, like nothing else any of us had ever seen. But the antiquary rather sniffed at it, for he affirmed it was nearly all modern, and built up out of the ruins of an earlier tower. In the churchyard are a lot of tombstones to the Boycott family. A Boycott still is the parson here, and a good parson and fine waterman too he is. And another is the Captain Boycott of Ireland, whose name has enriched our language with another verb. From the churchyard we got a capital view over the great stretch of rich marshland below, and after looking at a little ruined chapel in a field near the church, the history of which no one can trace, we took a turn inland as far as the farm where the landowner lives, and then strolled back, the antiquary enthusiastically blowing his trumpet, as being a man who had just carefully restored some old half-timbered houses at St. John's, Norwich, at a greater cost than would have built new houses. We chaffered for some vegetables and fruits at the Waveney Arms, and got some milk as a favour, forgetting that we should not want any till we got to Alton, and that then we could always get it, and came down to the waterside to the boats and lunch. A continuous banging had been taking place while we were away from the river, and we soon found out what had been causing it. For the athlete and Fataman had been trying the patterns of their respective guns against the end of a shed, when the latter was mightily disgusted to find that neither barrel of his 30-guinea double made as good a pattern as a little single which had cost the athlete only a trifle over £3. Lunch over, nothing would suit our young friend but that he should walk over to Lowestoft by the 3 miles and 16 stiles route, a route I cannot recommend to travellers from Lowestoft late at night, unless they have a boat hidden up somewhere, for otherwise, as the Waveney Arms goes to bed at about 8:30, they may have to stop all night on the Rond, or walk back to Lowestoft. While at Borough, the poet told us a story of how, a winter or two before, he was cruising in these waters, and was offered a day's rabbit shooting in a pit, warranted not to have been shot for years, and to simply swarm with rabbits, which it would be a real kindness to the farmer to shoot; of how, on reaching the pit, the first thing he saw was an empty beer bottle and about 20 used cartridges; of how, though the ferrets went in, no rabbits came out save one, which he shot within a foot of the hole; of how the ferreter could not find that rabbit, though he, the poet, through the thick brambles saw it turn over and die; and of how, later on at lunch, the poet found it in the ferreter's bag, and, substituting 3 brickbats therefor, carried it off in triumph. More also he told of how a native coming on board on a winter's evening stayed too long, and leaving convivially, walked right up to his neck in a ditch of such excessive muddiness that when he was visited in his turn next morning at the farmhouse, his clothes were seen standing up against the kitchen fireplace, stiff and strong as a suit of armour. After lunch we sailed on, and turned hard up to the right towards Alton, round the marsh called Whiteslea, said by some to be the finest snipe ground in England. Someone told the tale as a fact that it had been shot over so much that if you took any cubic yard of its surface and sifted the soil, you would get an ounce of shot from it. This the liar promptly capped with a statement that he knew a snipe bog in Ireland, so full of shot that the natives drove loads through it to work the lead. I fancy neither story was literally true. By a curving river we tacked rather slowly towards Alton Broad, and when we got on to it, the antiquary was careful to point out a little house nestling in a clump of trees to the left, as the place where George Borrow lived the last years of his life. Opening on to the Broad, which never seems a broad to me, for, though it has the waving reeds, you can see houses and roofs everywhere, we found it nearly full of yachts of all sorts, the further end being packed so closely that we had great difficulty in picking our way through, but by special luck and favour at last got a mooring off a wherry discharging corn alongside the sheds by the coal wharf, which sheltered us nicely from the blazing sun. The first thing we saw was a cat belonging to the wharf walk deliberately into the water after a dead fish, which having been thrown overboard by fishermen as unsizable, had washed up in among the wrack and weeds, which one always sees at the leeward end of a lake. Anything more comic than the animal looked, with its fur plastered down close to its thin body, we had never seen, and Fatima was so delighted that she rewarded the thing with all our milk and half a box of sardines. Grey mullet are said to abound in Alton, but I never saw any, and as it is admitted on all hands that they are never caught, they might as well not be there at all. We strolled up to the post office to see if there were any letters, though, as we had not told anyone we were coming here, and expected none, the journey was a somewhat objectless one. However, any excuse will do for a stroll, and though we found no letters, we bought a Dutch cheese, and in the exuberance of our spirits played bowls with it on the highway till we were somewhat disconcerted by seeing it come into halves, one of which went into one and the other into the other ditch, it having been previously cut and joined together again for sale. Then the athlete jumped a wall into someone's garden, and out over some palings, to the delight of Fatima, who had not seen anything of the sort before, and while she went on board to array herself in costume number 4, we two looked in at the Lady of the Lake to inspect the grapevine which wanders over the kitchen wall and ceiling, and at the Wherry Inn to glance at the papers and inspect the stuffed birds in the very pleasant ground floor reading room of that hostelry. We arranged to walk over to Lowestoft and do some marketing there, so we took the footpath by the muddy estuary dignified by the name of Lake Lothing, but which used to be Mutford Broad. The path is along the edge of some melancholy saltings, and past a genuine stink manufactory, a small Hammersmith soap works in its way, and then keeps along the railway till it loses itself in a wild confusion of timber heaps, piles of sleepers and rails, stacks of wood, railway wagons, boat builders' yards, and old smacks. A most casual path indeed, and one to be avoided at night, but it brought us at last out by Lowestoft station, and we soon found our way to the sea. Here Fatima made the profound observation that if she did not look at the houses or the pier, but looked out straight at the horizon, the sea reminded her greatly of the sea at Baltimore, with which opinion we none of us had any difficulty in agreeing. The pier pleased her. There was no one half as well dressed on it as she was, and our rather dirty flannels and blazers rather set off her gorgeosity, and as she showed no disposition to hasten away, the poet and I left her to begin our victualling up the town. Previously to this, I had noticed in him a recurrence of the plaintive melancholy which had occurred on the Beccles River, and, on cross-examination, he admitted that many years ago he had proposed to, and been accepted by, an extremely nice girl, with long hair and dazzling teeth, as they sat under a particular part of the pier. Indeed, he went so far as to collect a small handful of the sand and place it carefully, as a memento of the fact, in his coat pocket, whence, later in the day, having forgotten the episode, he ejected it with profane remarks, being under the impression that I had placed it there. Further cross-examined, he stated she had jilted him in about 6 months, but denied, with some warmth, that it was because he sent her too much poetry. Up the interminable High Street of Lowestoft we sauntered, very leisurely indeed, for it was very hot, and soon ordered what we wanted, for the shops are numerous, good, and fairly cheap. And, our colleagues being especially fond of fruit and tomatoes, we carefully remembered them. Just as we were coming back, we ran across a portentous boar, known to both of us in London, who fastened on us with avidity. He was got up amazingly, and how it was he liked to be seen with us in our homely and seedy rowing flannels, I cannot imagine. However, he stuck to us like a leech, worrying us with his vapid remarks and stale yarns, till, driven to desperation by his volunteering to come back with us to Alton and see our boats, I boldly walked into a greengrocer's shop and brought 2 ropes of onions and slung them across my left shoulder. Acting on this hint, the athlete was not long before he brought a large leg of mutton and carried it away by the shank bone, raw, red, and unsightly, steadfastly refusing to have it put into paper. The boar shuddered and showed symptoms of leaving us, so, to clinch matters, I at once brought 3 pounds of pork sausages and carried them away in my hand. Here he broke and fled with a feeble promise to come and see us later on, and we were rid of him. A block of ice for our Yankee friends was our last purchase, and having picked them up, we went back by train to Alton and dinner. A pleasant though showery evening was spent pottering about the Broad, in and out the yachts, and under the boat builders' yards, and looking over a big pleasure steam yacht which belonged to a great Norwich commercial magnate, but which did not seem half as comfortable as our wherry. The next day was Sunday, which we spent mostly at Lowestoft, having our early dinner at the hotel after church, and then walking towards Pakefield along the cliff. Monday morning we retraced our way into the Waveney or Beccles River, and continued our northerly course towards the real Broads, the other side of Yarmouth. When we got to Somerleyton Railway Bridge, we nearly came to grief in the Lotus, for a tug which had got an immensely long string of barges in tow met us, taking up nearly all the river, stretching across with its flotilla almost from one bank to the other. Said Tungate, "That's a rare hard job to tow they lighters through the bridge. Some of them keep straight enow, but most of them keep shailing about," which was the first bit of Norfolk dialect Fataman had ever heard, and brought forth a lecture to him from the antiquary, in which the latter pointed out that nearly all the real Americanisms were imported direct from Norfolk and Suffolk, and, inter alia, quoted from Formby's Glossary of East Anglia, "Kinder," "reckon," and many others. He might have pointed out that B, too, is purely East Anglian. Soon after, we caught sight of Haddiscoe Railway Bridge, alongside which is a long low range of hills covered with heather, which comes out with startling contrast with the dead, flat, green marshes and reed beds, and we concluded that it grew on a jutting mass of some formation very different to the silt and mud of our river here. We ran up to the fixed road bridge over the river at St. Olave's, but did not go under, as the wind and tide did not suit us, so lay alongside without lowering, and filled up our time with a stroll round the old Danish named town, with its bits of old wall and quaint houses, and a visit to Fritton Decoy, a very lovely place. This is much more secluded, and is more like a Broad, but, being surrounded by hilly birch woods, should be more properly called a lake, for a Broad proper should be almost dead level with the ground, so that nothing, or next to nothing, can be seen from its surface but water and reeds. The Decoy we were unable to see, and of course it would not then have been worth seeing. Equally, of course, we did not spare our friends the old jokes made by the parson here. For example, how, when transplanted from Norfolk to Suffolk, he said he felt suffocated, and so forth, for the rest of which we will in mercy refer our readers to the guide-books. Tide virtually served, but wind was fairer for the cut than the river, at least so our skippers said, though how, when one looks at the map, that could have been, I don't know. I rather fancy they wanted to stop at Reedham, instead of passing the night moored alongside the Rond in a place distant from Publichausen. But if this was their idea, it came to nothing, for we sailed the cut nicely enough, deposited our shilling toll in the net at the end of the fishing rod, and wholly disbelieved the liar's story that he had once had a tow from a train in the railway which runs alongside the cut, and resisting suggestions to turn to Reedham, left it on our close left, ran down some miles to the head of Breydon Water, and turning again into the Waveney, lay nearly at its mouth, opposite Borough Castle, one of the best preserved Roman camps in England. By this time it was dark, and we were hungry, so we soon had the Ronde stove alight on the short grassy bank, and were cooking the dish of steak and tomatoes, which was to be the mainstay of our dinner, while the lighter food was being attended to on the Zoe. Next morning opened smurry wet, and yet not actually rainy, and when we crossed the river, running like a millstream, by the way, at its mouth, and got up the bank to the top of the camp, we did not have anything like a good view over the marsh country as we hoped to have had. However, we had a very vivid explanation of the whole affair from the antiquary, and, if I fancied I detected a remarkable similarity between his statements and those of the late Mr. Harrod in his Castles and Convents, I have no doubt his views were sounder from that fact than they would otherwise have been. Our co-trippers, of course, wanted to break off pieces of the walls to take back to America, but were sternly repressed by the antiquary, who stated that he had a character to lose, a fact of which we informed him we had been hitherto unaware. They were, however, graciously allowed by him to carry off such fragments as had fallen of their own accord, and laid in a large assorted stock, which we subsequently found useful for throwing at water rats up the North River. I mention this fact as it may explain the discovery of undoubted Roman masonry on the banks by Stokesby some day, and thereby save someone from theorising as to a lost station there. While wandering among the ruins, the poet, who is great in word painting, fell to describing how the Roman sentinel must have felt as he passed along the top of the grey wall and looked out over the weary waste of waters, and how grand his thoughts must have been as he felt himself the representative of that nation which, etc., etc., but was met by a counter-suggestion from the athlete that in all human probability he did nothing of the sort, but walked along wearily, humming a snatch of some not too narrow song he had heard when he was last in some Roman luminaire, and thinking how long it would be before he could grease his side curl, jauntily cock his helmet, and stroll off, accidentally of course, to the back door of the grange under the hill, to receive from the hands of some slavey whatever was the ancient substitute for rabbit pie or cold mutton. This view was, however, voted abominable and low, and entirely disbelieved, as was an attempt on the part of the liar to make us believe that a fossil Italian organ grinder had recently been found behind one of the towers. It was almost low water across Breydon, so we should have had not much room to tack had tacking been necessary, but luckily it was not, and we crossed with a light wind on a perfectly smooth lake-like surface, in the most lotus-eating sort of way. The quiet and lazy style of moving seemed to affect the poet, who began softly and sentimentally murmuring, Breydon water, oh, the pleasant place to be, in a way which, though it purported to plagiarise Kingsley, we were led to believe from his manner was only his way of drawing our attention to the fact that he had suffered from some affair of the heart crossing this water. A terribly dangerous man in his own small way was our poet, if you believed him. But we gradually concluded that as far as amatory anecdotes were concerned, he could give the liar £14 and a beating at his own game. We were a long while crossing, and the white posts that marked the sailing channel seemed interminable. Of course, we wasted a pea-rifle cartridge or two at the innumerable gulls and rooks which lined the banks, but hit nothing at such a range. Equally, of course, the poet, who was trusted with the helm of the Lotus, put that vessel fast and firm on the Knock, a sandbank to the left of the Bowling Green, and for the first time in our lives we were glad of the help of some of the pirates, as the loafers are called who hang round the shore, and who put off hastily to salvage us. We, however, kept them at bay with quants till a reasonable remuneration was agreed on, and we were not long in mooring outside the Zoe off the Bowling Green Inn. It is wonderful, by the way, what poor mooring there is for pleasure traffic at Yarmouth. Yachts receive delicate reminders that they are not wanted if they go much seaward of the Bowling Green, and take up moorings wanted for business ships. And if you don't stay where we did, you must go up the Bure to the lime kilns, where you are at the mercy of all the loafers and noisy children in the place, who can walk right on board you. We fared hardly better, for, arriving early, we soon had shrimp boats and fisher boats of all sorts moored outside us, the occupants of which, by prescriptive right, used our boats as a thoroughfare to the shore all night and much of the early morning. As several were drunk, and all wore heavy boots, this was not conducive to repose. But I will say this, that I did not hear a single bad word all that night. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the Tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yarmouth. The last was an outrageously long chapter, so this shall be conspicuous for its shortness. Yarmouth is a flat, sandy, healthy, cheap and nasty place, with a capital market, the biggest church in England, and a very fine quay. There are 3 or 4 interesting old houses. The roes are curious, the herrings are good, and the little 14th century toll house in Middlegate Street, with its outside staircase recently reopened, most worthy of notice. But this is all, if we except a grand new town hall, which was built on the mud, and is, strange to say, gradually settling down. This is all I will say of Yarmouth. I don't care for the opinion of publisher or artist. I am writing this book, they are not, and this is a free country. As usual, we went marketing, and were very well served, with one noticeable exception, as to which more anon. The curious birds to be brought from Breydon gunners were, we heard, a great feature of the place in the winter, and we heard a story of how a well-known ornithologist came down from London on the lookout for a Sabine snipe, and had it served up to him at dinner, on which sad story the poet sat him down and moralised, as below. List to the story of the Sabine snipe, which over Breydon Selby hunted for 2 winter weeks so patiently and long, until at last there came a sudden thaw. When bags and boots and guns up-packed were, with him to London shortly for to go, a parting meal was ordered ere he went. What it might be he, curious, sought to know. "Steak and a bird," his hostess smiling said, and set the viands down upon the table. Eftsoon his lips with horror first were sealed, and then thereout escaped a perfect babel of objurgation wild and mad despair, and then he sadly did his full eyes wipe, and pensively did rend and tear his hair, for there before him was a Sabine snipe, shorn of its seely feathers and its skin, in dustbin resting, past all stuffer's care. Naught left but its bare flesh and beak so long, and hollow eyes which at him seemed to stare. What could a wretched bird collector do, but sadly eat the thing, and o'er a pipe lament the cruel fate which made him rue, how he at last had found his Sabine snipe. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads on board the wherry Zoe and its tender the Tub Lotus by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yarmouth to Potter Heigham. The reader of the last 3 chapters has no doubt been thinking, this may or may not be a truthful account of a sail on Suffolk and Norfolk rivers, but where do the Broads come in? His complaint is just. But what was I to do for a title? 3 days and a Sunday getting to the Broads, and 3 weeks and a half on them, would, in spite of its being strictly accurate, never have done at all. But I will promise to land him near one to-night somehow, though just now I have to describe the ugliest part of our sail. As usual, the tide up the North River, as the Bure is often called, did not suit when we wanted to get away from the bowling green, so we amused ourselves by pottering about and watching the little pleasure sailing boats flit off, some across Breydon and some out Gorleston way, and among them one in which sat old Oswald Diver, since unluckily dead, who was as great a sailor in his old age as he had been a sculler when young. The athlete was vastly interested when he was pointed out, for he had heard much in years gone by from an old brother how Diver had constructed an early and heavy specimen of the wager boat, partly with his own hands, and had come up to London to row a match with the then great Thames crack, was it Bone or Playford, of how he fell much behind at first, but had stopped, readjusted his spectacles, taken a good look first at the course and then at his opponent, and of how he then set to work, caught him, and won. With another good sportsman, too, we made acquaintance, who took us upstairs to a loft where was a small armoury of burnished breech-loading duck guns with great chambers, holding brass cartridges big enough to take in pounds of shot, and many a tale we heard of how he had plumped his leaden hail right into a scattered lot of duck at 90 yards, and gathered up a score or more. We did not hear anything of the number of times he had had to sit cramped up in his little slate-coloured punt for hours in bitter weather, afraid to speak or sneeze without getting a shot. All the ducks he don't get are forgotten by the gunner, just as the cricketer never remembers his duck's eggs. A little more strolling about out-of-way boathouses, where the skeletons of dead 8s and 4s, left here to rot by some convulsion of sport, hang grimly on their brackets, filled up our time, and at last we joyfully noticed a wherry with her nose pointing up-river, and its crew beginning to quant through the bridge. Utterly refusing the counsel of our men to wait till the tide strengthened, we both got away under the bridge, where, 40 years ago, one of the most terrible river tragedies ever enacted took place. Here it was that in 1845, when it was crowded with hundreds of people looking at a clown in a tub drawn by geese, the bridge tilted over sideways and shot nearly everyone on it into the canal-like river. A nervous man or woman had better not read the detailed description of the horrors that took place. I did once, and I never care to go by there at night, for I fancy I can see the writhing mass of dying men, women and children almost blocking up the bed of the narrow river, clinging so desperately one to another in their death agonies, like a knot of worms, that it is said that many could never be separated after death. 80 lives were lost. I needn't say I did not give details of the sad affair to our woman passenger, whom we kept below on various pretexts, while we were getting out of the very unpleasant outskirts of the town. The entrance to the North River is never very savoury, with its rubbish-heaped banks, slimy mud, a general smell of decayed fish, and the luckily inimitable odours of Spice Island. But it is naturally at its worst when the tide is just beginning to make, as was the case with us. For miles the river winds and twists round and about through low mud banks, sometimes varied with slanting stone walls. Sometimes you have Yarmouth steeple right behind you, sometimes one side, sometimes another, and really once or twice it seems as though you had changed your mind and were sailing straight back. After 4 miles or so, things mended a bit. Real green grass appeared on either side, and real bullocks pastured on it. Certainly the railway and the telegraph wires, which run parallel with the river all the way to Acle, and are never out of sight, utterly destroy the idea of rurality. But that doesn't matter, for by resolutely looking due north only, we saw nothing but long green stretches of marsh, filled with cattle, brought here to fatten from all parts of England, Ireland and Scotland. A more tantalising sight than such a lift as this would be to the ghost of a moss trooper cannot be imagined. Morby Swim and Runham Swim, opposite the two villages, get their names from cattle swimming across from one marsh to another. For years I disbelieved this, but my doubts were resolved last autumn when I saw 7 or 8 leisurely walk in, and in the most clumsy fashion, it must be said, get to the other bank. 8 miles up we come to Stokesby, a little, long, low village with a riverside public house. Here we stopped for beer for our men, and having forgotten our big wicker-covered bottle, had to take it in ordinary bottles. We all went ashore to help, but it was reserved for the poet to discover an absolutely unique way of corking the bottles. It was to fill the bottle and insert the cork loosely therein, then holding it with both hands, first to withdraw the bottle as far as possible from a flint wall, and then to dash the cork end against such wall with as great violence as could be managed. This had the effect of pushing the cork in most satisfactorily. It had its drawbacks, however, for on the third bottle being thus operated on, such bottle burst into fragments and cut the poet's left hand so deeply that he was a gore of blood instantly. Fatima, however, had had some experience of wounds on the other side of the herring pond, and, pulling her husband's new white silk neckerchief off his neck, so deftly bandaged up our friend that, barring he could not satisfactorily wash himself for a week, and that his vein throbbed fit to burst for 2 days, he felt no ill effects. But he has no idea of patenting his bottle corking apparatus. Soon after re-embarking, we passed the mouth of the Muckfleet, which leads to Filby, Rollesby, and Ormsby Broads. But as one can't sail and can hardly row up it, we did not see the fun of 3 miles mudlarking to get to Broads which had no special feature of interest, and which could be reached by road if they had. Up the Hermitage Cut on the left our friends would go when they learned it led up to Acle, where there had been a real priory in olden time, so we stopped once more at its mouth. How our men did grumble at these perpetual stoppages, unless they were for beer, and took our 2 jollies up. As we told them before they went, there is nothing to see. The Hermitage is only a public house, though it may stand on the site of a real hermitage. Coming back we noticed the extreme clearness of the water, which was simply filled with shoals of fish, but nothing very big, dodging in and out the great waving masses of green weed. Fataman was much struck with a little trading wherry, which was laying off the Staithe empty, and which he wanted to buy then and there, and fit up according to his own ideas. He also tried to get into conversation with an artist who was painting the Nook, but the paper stainer was surly to a degree, and we were mightily delighted, soon after, to see a gust of wind blow his easel over, and watch him dancing with rage over his smudged masterpiece. When we regained our ships, it was not long before we had to lower to get under the Greystone Bridge at Acle. Acley the people call it, which agrees more nearly with the derivative Oakley, which is supposed to be from an oak forest which once stood here. Certainly the king used to grant oaks from Acle long ago, so I suppose there must have been a wood there, though it don't look like it now, for of all the flat riversides, intersected by terribly dusty, uninteresting roads which I have ever seen, commend me to Acle. We got through the bridge and moored along the Rond on the left, and having put a large and apparently fine fowl we had bought in Yarmouth market-place on to boil towards our dinner, we walked up to have a look at the little town, which is a quaint old-fashioned place, with a fine large church placed in the middle of great lime trees. This was the first really good church our visitors had seen, and they were highly delighted with its fine decorated chancel windows and north porch, its curious tower and rood turret, and above all with its thatched roof, a thing they had never seen before. We found the ruins of Weybridge Priory, but as they consisted of only 2 or 3 lumps of wall cropping out of a grass field, we, with all our local prejudices, could not assert they were quite equal to Tintern Abbey. The poet pointed us out the King's Head as a house in which the antiquary and he had stayed about a quarter of a century ago, and told a story to the latter's detriment of how a starling had come down the chimney one evening and had flown at and put out the candle, to the terror of the antiquary, who thought it was the devil in his proper person, and, being then Romewards inclined, and given to snatches of precatory Latin, hastily burst into a strange mixture of Paternoster and Ave Maria, all of which story was specifically denied by the antiquary, who insinuated that the poet had, on the occasion in question, drunk of something stronger than the Castalian spring, and had imagined the whole affair. Here, by a special interposition of Providence, we bought a large round of cold boiled beef, which we thought would do for the men. But when we returned to the boat and tried to dine off the fowl, and found that animal elastic and tough to a degree hitherto unheard of, so that its legs declined to separate from its body, or its breast to be cut by knives, we gladly took to the round ourselves. The liar tells the story that he preserved that fowl, and having tied a rope to it, used it for the rest of the voyage as a fender, for which its durability and elasticity certainly admirably fitted it. But if he did so, I did not see it. Nor do I believe the story he told Fataman that the village of Fishley derived its name from the lies about their catches of fish, told there by Norwich fishermen who come to Acle for their sport. In the cool of the evening we ran up past the junction of the Bure and Thurne, and turned to the right, or rather kept straight on, for the Bure really runs into the Thurne, and not vice versa. We kept up, leaving the opening to a little broad, usually called Womack Broad, on our left. It was too small to sail on, so we didn't stop, but held on till we saw Potter Heigham Old Bridge in front of us, backed up by the new railway bridge, which the skipper would persist in calling bullock sheds, from a fancied resemblance invisible to all but himself. We lay by just before the bridge, which is a curious one of 3 arches, the 2 shore arches being very old, Early English possibly, and we curiously explored their ribbed undersides in the jolly. Afterwards we strolled up to Potter Heigham Street. "Blessed are they that live near Potter Heigham, and doubly blessed are they who live in it," quoted the antiquary sententiously. "But why?" said the poet. "I don't know," said the antiquary, and so the matter remains to this day. We passed out and away, the highest hawthorn hedge any of us had ever seen, well over 20 foot high, and had a look at the Falgate Inn, which has a miniature gate hung over the roadway. Here, to our astonishment, the antiquary began to curse and swear most vehemently for no apparent reason, but we joined in his feelings when we found that the inscription, once so fine a legible proof of local dialect, and which used to run, "This gate hang high and hinder none, refresh and pay and travel on," had, by some Gothic hand, fresh from the ignorant knowledge of the Board School, been repainted "hangs" and "hinders." The antiquary's feelings were slightly soothed when one of us told him of a secret recent find of a big Danish war boat, which had been discovered while digging a dyke hard by, and which discovery was being bottled up for the present. He vanished very early next morning, prowling about and making inquiries, trying to find out where it was, but came back tired and irritated. A native of whom he had inquired after an old boat, having sent him a mile over the marshes to look at an old ship's boat, brought up to be broken up for firewood. Nor was his temper much mended by being shown the remains of Bastwick Church, ruined and shamefully dilapidated and desecrated. We were at last arrived on the edge of the Broad country, which it seemed to us our American cousins had begun to consider a sort of aquatic Mrs. Harris. But we quieted them with a distinct promise, which was duly kept, that they should be sailing on one within an hour after breakfast the next morning. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe, and its tender, the Tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Potter Heigham, up the Thurne, and back to St.Benet's. We were all so eager to get to a real Broad that we were off very early next morning, and with a fair wind soon ran up to the mouth of Heigham Sounds, and it was not long after we turned up before the channel widened out, and we were on Whiteslea. Whether this name means the same as the famous Whittlesea Mere, I don't know, but the coincidence is curious. Also that there is another place of the same name at the mouth of the creek running out of the Bure into Alton. Another mile took us on to Hickling, and the poet and I were both fairly astonished to notice how it had grown up since we were last here 20 years ago. That this was not fancy was shown when we appealed to the skipper, who thought that there was not much more than half the sailing water there used to be. Sorrowful thoughts took possession of us, in the interests of our grandchildren, for it really seems that in another 50 years all the Broads will be grown up, except perhaps Wroxham and Alton. We took the jolly across to the village, but could not get very enthusiastic over the ruins of the Priory, which indeed are thorough ruins. We dawdled about the Broad nearly all day, collecting wild flowers and trying to fish. But though two of us were expert fishermen, and our old skipper a great enthusiast, we did not, nor did we at any time during the voyage, have any of the great catches on paper Broad that others are supposed to have had. But that did not matter much. We had a perfect blue sky shining above, forests of tall green reed to look at, and innumerable little bays and creeks, wild flower gardens in themselves, to potter about in. While we watched the shoals of little fish, so transparent that we could almost see through them, hover about over the waterweed, keeping quiet for a while and then dashing out of sight in the twinkling of a fin. It was a lotus-eating day, and we lived up to it, doing nothing in particular, but to pirate Iolanthe, doing it remarkably well. We then regained the main river, and went as far as Martham Broad, the last pool up the 100 stream, as the Thurne is sometimes called, which has no particular feature of interest, though it is very pretty. There can be little doubt that though the 100 stream soon after simply leaves off, and does not run on into the sea, that it used to do so before its mouth silted up. My own idea is that the Ant used not to run into the Bure, but that its old course was what is now the 100 Dyke, and that it then ran into, or rather was, the Thurne, and so on into the sea at Horsey. The two stretches of waterway between one end of the 100 Dyke and St.Benet's, and the other end and Thurne mouth were, I fancy, cut by the monks of St.Benet so as to isolate themselves and make their property an island. I expounded my views at length, but the antiquary would have none of them, and wanted to know whether water used to run uphill in those days, a point as to which I was unable to give him any information. All, however, agreed with me, as I hope my reader will, that on the map my idea looked very pretty and feasible. We did not try to get the wherry up so far, though it afterwards turned out we could have done so, but the Lotus sailed on with all on board through the long narrow cut to Horsey Mere, on entering which all of us who had been sedulously reading guide-books on the quiet wished to tell the rhyme of Horsey Pike, none like, and so it turned out, for never a one did we see. Horsey was charmingly lonely, and we should have much liked to have got the wherry on it and stopped over Sunday there. As it happened, all we could do was to follow the guide-book's advice, stroll over to the sea, about 1.5 miles off, throw the necessary number of pebbles into it, and come back to our previous night's moorings at Potter Heigham, whence we and the wherry, by dint of very hard quanting, managed late at night to get as far as the ruins of St. Benet's Abbey. It was much too dark to see anything but the dim low outline of a massive flint wall, running right up to the edge of the water, against which we moored. But when the Ronde stove was lit and the flame burned up a bit, our American visitors were vastly excited at seeing the fragments of dressed stonework of a monastery founded by King Canute. Being late, the children at the cottages, who usually stand and gape at all comers for hours, had gone to bed, so we had no visitors, and everything was deadly still in the hot autumn night. There was not a light to be seen or a sound to be heard. No wonder, said the antiquary, that the monks came here for the solitude the towns could not give them. Even now there is not the faintest sound to break into one's thoughts. A low soft paddling of oars just then came nearer and nearer, but seemed hushed in unison with the calmness of the night, till the shadow of a boat glided under our counter, and an accordion, aided by two drunken but powerful voices, dashed out with "Tommy, make room for your uncle. There's a little dear. Tommy, make room for your uncle. Make room for your uncle, do." This was positively sickening, and upset all our feelings greatly, and we looked about for a substitute for a cold shot to put through the bottom of the dugout looking craft, but refrained, as it was clear the singers were going over the fields to Ludham, and we soon heard no more of them. After supper we sat out and smoked, and felt sentimental. Then a gamekeeper, who was looking after the hares on the marshes in the interest of some coursing club, came and sat and talked, and had a glass, indeed several glasses, with us, and we all went to bed. But that gamekeeper sat out through the pleasant night mardling with our old skipper Tungate till the sun rose. They were talking just over my bunk, and I must say that the height of imagination they displayed in their shooting stories was simply marvellous. The distances at which they had killed grew hour by hour in that still night, each increasing a bit so as not to be done by the other. But the cake was fairly earned by the gamekeeper, who alleged he had, with a wire cartridge, killed a mallard at 95 yards, which placed Tungate in the unenviable position, if he wished to trump his adversary, of having to be the first person who ever even stated he had killed with an ordinary shotgun at 100 yards. He shrank from the responsibility, and had to say he felt sleepy and wanted to go to bed. Next morning we were all up betimes to look at the Abbey ruins. Not that there is very much to see. The antiquary pointed out that old Spelman would have drawn a moral fit for his History of Sacrilege from the fact that all the dressed stone of the Abbey was taken by the Duke of Norfolk by river to build his palace at St. John's, Norwich, and that now there is not so much as one stone of that palace standing on another, nothing like as much indeed as there is of the Abbey, which was wrecked to make it, for there are the walls of the cruciform Abbey church, the great fragments of the wall alongside the river, no doubt part of the necessarium, as at Castleacre, and the fine gatehouse, which, with the drainage mill built on it, forms so prominent a feature in among the marshes, and which has, I should think, been sketched and photographed more often than any other building in England. Of course, the athlete would climb up the broken and tumble-down staircase of the tower, and act as silly, if not as vulgar, as that of those who have cut their caddish names all over the stonework of the arches. Then we set up a bottle at 100 yards, and invited the gamekeeper to shoot with a saloon rifle which Fatterman had on board. He had bragged so much the night before that we misdoubted his skill, so our astonishment could be imagined when we saw him knock the neck of the bottle off at the first shot. Here, had he been wise, he would have left off, but he was unwise and went on, and I may say that a more miserable duffer, both at rifle and pistol, I never saw. I beat him easily, and fat a man very easily, so his first success must have been a pure fluke. Then we explored the old orchard, with its ragged moss-overgrown trees and sour mediaeval apples, traced the fish ponds or stews, now long dry, and saw how a row of hedgeway trees marks the precincts of what was once one of the richest and most powerful abbeys in England. As to the story that the Bishop of Norwich is the only abbot still left in England and sits in the House of Lords as Abbot of St.Benet's at Heigham, I never could trace the least foundation for it, and believe it is just as true as the tale that William the Conqueror besieged the place, and that a recreant monk who betrayed it to him was first made abbot and then hanged by him. When the heat of the day abated a little, some of us walked across the marshes by the Made Causeway, or Carnser, and up the slope to Ludham to provision. Admired the great fine church, though lamenting its decayed state, and buying a leg of mutton and a great piece of beef, and some beef cheese, slung the lot on a pole and carried them back. Our sketcher took a long walk across to Burnt Fen Broad, and brought back this sketch, which may or may not be imaginary, for I have never seen the place. The evening was devoted to fishing, but not having any ground bait, we did not do much good. Nor will anyone else up these rivers, despite all the guidebooks say. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of a month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. St.Benet's and up the Ant. Next day we went botanising a bit, and, on some wild hemlock, found a thing which most of us in our ignorance thought was a green slug of quaint and eccentric pattern, but which turned out to be the larva of the swallowtail, one of the last of the exotic-looking butterflies left to us, though we afterwards heard they were not uncommon up the Barton river. This was the way we, though no entomologists, wanted to go, and soon after breakfast we up sail and away, the liar telling us a pretty little romance as we went of how he once was sitting in the well of a yacht near here, telling a story to his skipper, when a butterfly came and settled on his knee, and from the way it opened and shut its wings and waved its long antennae, he almost thought it might be listening to his tale. Possibly, remarked the poet, for it was, no doubt, one of the species whose larva we have just found, a swallow-tail butterfly. It need hardly be said, we all went below after this, and had something with ice in it. For a mile or so the Lotus and the big wherry kept along the sinuous course of the Ant, which is none too wide for a large boat, the result being that the two pushed the water up in front of them to such an extent that the backwash ran seething right over the banks on both sides. Our wild career was soon stopped when we came in sight of Ludham Bridge. The visitors, when they saw the small semicircular hole in a brick wall, which is dignified by this name, resolutely declined to believe we could ever get through, but down came both masts, and the little old boat got through all right, just scraping under with everybody holding on to the gaff to keep the end of the mast down, and something on one side cutting a great groove in the brickwork as we just got through. The Zoe, however, was not so lucky, and was obliged to keep the wrong side of the bridge. The liar was great in telling how on one occasion he was in a big wherry, and the man helped her through by drawing water in buckets over the bows and emptying them behind, so as to lower her forward. But his story was not looked on as up to his usual mark, and seemed wanting in probability. Still, there is no doubt that Barton Broad, the prettiest and quaintest of all the Broads, is practically barred to all large boats by this wretched little bridge, for people don't care to take a wherry up, just scrape through, and then, if a little rain comes on, find themselves literally prisoners to perhaps half a dozen miles of water for an unlimited time. One of these days, when my old boat gets really too old to use any longer, I mean to freight her with gunpowder, man her with Yarmouth pirates, wedge her by accident under Ludham Bridge, and then have another accident, and so win myself eternal thanks from all local yachtsmen. When we got to Irstead Mill, we were also taken with a story of the skipper's of a catch of fish he had had there recently, that we moored to the bank and arranged to stay the night there, some of us walking back to have another look at Ludham, and to get a sight of the interior of the church, which was shut when we went there the evening before. A fine big old church it is, too, standing in a big green churchyard, but sadly out of repair. When we came back, we found the rest of our party sitting lazily by the old drainage mill, pulling out rudd as fast as they could. A very curious experience it was to most of us to see grave respectable people capturing large gold fish for edible purposes, for one really can hardly tell a small rudd from a big goldfish. Very good eating they were too, later on at dinner, but it was cruel work cooking them in the muggy dead heat of the autumn night, which made the caboose almost unbearable. The heat had been great all day, and just as the sun was setting it seemed to get greater still, for there was not a breath of wind stirring anywhere. The fish were biting very fast indeed, more so indeed than I have ever seen them before or since, when all of a sudden they left off, and the fishers, who had resumed their labours after dinner, left off too. Then there was a curiously rapid accession of darkness, and next a little growl of thunder, and the solitary sallow bush stirred its leaves for a second or two before it once more became as still as if it were in a photograph. Next came a nearer growl, and just a shine of lightning, and we knew we were in for a good old-fashioned marsh storm. Tungate and the other men were not long before they downed the mast and spread the covers over the cabin top, and before they had well done there was a flare and a crack not a mile off that made us all jump in earnest. We were hardly in time to catch the full effect, for we were all inside, but before the next came we were all on the look-out. Then it came with a vengeance, for out of a great black low cloud flashed a bayonet-like flare that dazzled our eyes beyond bearing, and as it seemed to thrust itself into the earth behind Ludham Hall, which stands on a mound, it lit up the edges of the trees and house in the most intensely vivid way. Before we could think or say a word, the heavy thunder crash was upon us, shaking the boat till one could almost fancy that it rocked a little on the water. We were all affected differently. All were decidedly of a more serious turn of mind than we had been an hour before. The antiquary tried to remember the records of more violent storms as a sort of consolation to Fatima. The poet, who, as noted before, was suspected of Romanistic tendencies, muttered something in a foreign tongue, which we had reason to believe he considered Latin. I tried to take comfort in the fact that the adjoining mill was a much more prominent object than our boat, low-lying on the water as it was. Fataman, who I believe in his native land is not wholly unconnected with iron goods, endeavoured to explain what a desirable thing it would be if the whole of the marshes were secured from lightning by the erection of certain rods, details of which, and of other expense, he gave me, but which I have forgotten, though I shall be happy to insert them as an advertisement in my next edition. For nearly an hour the storm, a dry storm, and therefore dangerous, raged, and we all got as nervous as cats, but nothing came of it, and at last suddenly there was a sough of wind, and with it the welcome dash and splash of rain. How it did rain too! The plankways, parched and dry with weeks of sun, let in the water everywhere, the old boat suffering the most, of course. However, in half an hour it was all over, and the most delicious freshness came over the marsh and up from the water, and we all came out and sat in the stern sheets, enjoying it extremely. The creepy feeling of the storm had hardly left us, so it was a fine time for telling ghost stories, and we slid into telling them almost unawares. Tungate came out well with a local ghost story of recent date, which affected us greatly at the time. As near as I can remember, it was to this effect. Jimmy Cox, all Coxes come from Barton, the only other inhabitants of that village being Wattses, who kept an eel set near Irstead Shoals, died, as even Coxes must. 3 weeks after, Waters, a great big wherryman from up the end of the Barton River by Ebridge Mill, and about as strong and good a waterman as there is on the North River, was coming down with his laden wherry from the canal, and stopped for the night at Irstead Shoals. He was just going out to empty the leaves from his teapot before going to bed, when who should he see but Jimmy Cox sitting on the tiller and looking as comfortable and homelike as never was. "Why, Jimmy, I thought ya was dead," said Waters, but Jimmy he say niver a word, and then Waters he bobbed into the cabin again and wondered what he should do, till he got that frightened that he dashed out with his eyes shut not to see Jimmy, and he up with his quant and away he shoved out of the shoals till he was right away. And then in he bobbed again, and covered his head and sweated till the morning came, and never again will he lay in Irstead Shoals. So at least said and says Tungate. It was so deliciously cool and pleasant that night that we could hardly persuade ourselves to go to rest, but sat watching the glaze-worms, as old Tungate kept calling the glow-worms, for a long while. After this we went to bed. Next morning he pointed out a place where his father had once crept up behind a tree and had 3 distinct misfires at an old hare couched in the snow. Click, 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 had his old flint gun gone thrice, without setting fire to the charge, when the old poacher was somewhat disgusted by his landlord, who had been behind him looking on and grinning, tapping his shoulder and saying, "Well, 'bor, I think you should let her go this time." Next morning we were brought to a stop in Irstead Shoals, near the church, by a laden wherry which had got aground and blocked up the channel. Soon there were 5 boats, all stern to bow, till the narrow stream looked like a small imitation of the Suez Canal, and it took the united strength of the crews of all the wherries to pull and shove the offending craft rather more aground than it was before, so as to let us all squeeze by. How the sinner ever got off I don't know, but I remember the irate owner coming up and calling out to his skipper with bitter emphasis, "You are a fool, John," and the latter pithily replying, "Yes, master, the world's full on 'em." During the enforced delay we picked enough sweet sag, or sweet sedge, Acarus calamus, to perfume and litter the boat for days, and also made our first acquaintance with the myrtle-like leaved sweet gale bushes which were formerly used for strewing floors and for church decoration. Irstead Shoals is the only place where I have seen it. Chiefest and loveliest of all the marsh flowers is the bog bean, with its delicate orchis-like blossoms, but for this, unhappily, we were too late, as also for the meadows red with ragged robin. We got the key of the church and inspected its wonderful carved rood screen and great oaken benches, adzed and not sawn, rough as the seats of backwoodsmen, and while pottering about in the boat, were lucky enough to find nearly a clothes basket full of musheroons on an old manure heap under a stack. At last we got clear, and when under way the liar read a document which he alleged he had found on the bank, and which purported to describe an incident up this river, and which, if he really did find it, would seem to have been a missing chapter from some unpublished guidebook. It read thus: "We had dawdled about with our rods for an hour or so after tea, but had only had poor sport, 5 pike of 7 to 9 pounds, each being all, with the exception of a few medium-sized perch, rudd, roach, dace, and a sea trout that we had secured, for a large conger eel had taken away, after snatching out of our hands and swallowing the boat hook with which we had tried to land him. The weather was still intensely hot, and we had just half smoked our first pipes, when I noticed the reeds stirring in a strange spiral way half a mile off. I knew at once from the haystacks and bullocks that were floating about in the air that it was a rodger, and having rushed and made everything as taut as I could in the limited time at my command, and taken especial care to secure the top manlift to the spare painter of the jolly, and lash the gaff to the forepeak, so as to be prepared for the worst, I sent my friend Smith below, and, catching hold of the helm, put the Jabberwock's nose straight at the coming whirlwind. It was lucky I did so, for had we been broadside on, the consequences would have been serious. As it was, the tornado-like circular current of air caught first our jib, and then our main, and twisting us out of the water spirally, as though with a gigantic corkscrew, actually lifted us over the Rond onto the little Broad to the east of the river, into which we fell, luckily on an even keel, with a dash and a squatter which sent the water flying for 100 yards. She was strained and leaked a little, but that was all. The most curious part of the whole affair was that we lighted fairly on the top of a 16-pound pike which was basking in the sun on the surface of the water, and as our fall not unnaturally stunned him, he was easily secured and formed a welcome addition to our small bag. Having regained the main channel, we moored at the corner, and after a frugal meal off a small pike stuffed with sardines and washed down with stout and soda water, a drink I can cordially recommend, we turned in. Somehow or another I could not sleep that night. Whether it was Smith who snored stentoriously, or the noise of the big 30-pound pike which we had caught a few days before, and which was still lively and kicking, hammering about in the forepeak, I do not know. But the fact remains. I was leaning on my elbow, looking out into the moonlight, when I saw a sight that struck me with amazement. On the bank, 20 feet off, was a fine dog otter, gathering himself up for a spring in the direction of our boat. I watched intently, but not for long, for with a leap, long and lithe as that of a leopard, he landed in the well of our boat, the jar of his fall shaking the yacht to its very keel. For a minute or so it stood listening intently, and was moving off to the plankway on the other side of the boat, when it paused, and, if I may use the expression, a troubled expression seemed to steal over its face as it looked down, and noticed that it had left the muddy tracks of its spoor on our snow-white deck. After a moment's reflection it crept round to the forepeak, and pushing the hatchway aside with its muzzle, brought up a mop, and carrying it as a dog would a stick, to the spot, first removed the mud from its paws, and then cleaned up all traces of its presence. This done, it replaced the mop and listened once more. So did I. For the first time I noticed a curious grunting sound emerging from a thicket of reeds which covered a little pool which I had long known as Bacon's Pulk. In my ignorance I had always thought that the spot had taken its name from that of a former owner, but, as in the still moonlight the weird light grunts sounded at intervals, thoughts arose in my mind whether they might not arise from a last survivor of the wild boar of the fens, which had lurked unobserved in these wild solitudes. In vain I tried to take a more prosaic view of the situation, and to conclude that it was only Smith snoring worse, if possible, than usual. I crept up out of the cabin noiselessly, and stood waiting. The wind blew chill and cold round my bare legs, but I did not heed it, though it lifted the scanty skirts of my nightgown to an extent that would have been embarrassing had any one been near. I waited intently. So did the otter. At last I noticed with mixed astonishment and delight the great hog-backed bristly form of the very beast I had hoped to see, the primeval wild boar, rise high above the rushes. So did the otter, which, with a scream of mingled rage and delight, gathered itself together and leapt over the water at its ancient foe. Never shall I forget that strange scene, how the water grew red with blood as they gnashed and tore one another, rolling over and over in the mud, and crushing and breaking down the rushes till the very water rats fled affrighted. I could bear the suspense no longer, but jumped below, and, seizing my gun, waited till their two heads were clenched in one more fierce bite, when I sent 2 barrels of No. 6 into them respectively. The sudden glare of light following the deafening report woke Smith, who rushed up half awake to know what was the matter. I could only point to the pool, but the commotion had died away. The moonlight slept on the rippleless water, and there was absolutely nothing to see. Smith was rude and implied disbelief of my whole story, gave vent to offensive language at my having woke him unnecessarily, and expressed a wish to know if I had also shot any pink guinea pigs with blue spots. Next day, too, he affected to find a dead water rat, and facetiously alleged that it was all I had shot. We then— Here, unluckily, the manuscript ended, and, wearied out, we went below to well-earned repose. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of a month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Barton Broad and Stalham Staithe. Not having the fear of the ghostly cocks, or box either for the matter of that, before our eyes, we moored that night just where his eel set used to be, but neither saw nor heard anything, not even a boar and otter fight. Directly after breakfast we worked out of the channel into the open of Barton Broad, and here for the first time our visitors expressed themselves pleased with the scenery. They had been amused and interested, and, I venture to think, had enjoyed themselves in a placid way. But it was not till this great glassy smooth sheet of water, backed up by low woodland and broken only by islands of reeds and dotted with water lilies, opened up to them, that they really did express themselves satisfied with their journey. Hickling is pretty, but so much overgrown that it cannot now be compared with Barton. We had to keep close to the channel shown by the white posts, or we should soon have come to grief, for the water is shallow. Luckily we had a fair wind, so we had no occasion to tack, and passing a tiny island, the very place for a picnic, we soon anchored at the mouth of the river on the other side of the Broad, for we had long determined to take the jolly across to see Barton Turf and its church, with even a finer rood screen than Irstead and Beeston St. Lawrence, where the Prestons still cherish an emerald ring given by Charles the Martyr on the scaffold to their ancestor, and where there is what is generally believed to be a Saxon church. The enthusiasm of our visitors grew fast here, for the church was the oldest building and the park the first English park they had ever seen. We then re-embarked after our walk and crossed what used to be Stalham Broad, but which is now nearly entirely grown up, at least in the summer time. What a chorus of delight arose from such of us as had never been here before, when we broke into this real home of the white water lilies. If there was one open, there must have been 10,000. All over the rivers and Broads we had seen them more or less. There are always, what a South Countryman would have thought, plenty up the Thurne, and at the mouth of the Ant by St.Benet's, but here they were simply in profusion. If all that is now said of Nymphea alba is true, and I fear it is, for there is no reference to the water lily in any early poet, our most beautiful flower is not a native of our waters, but it is hard to imagine this spot when none ever grew here, so identified is it with its white cups to all who know it. Here they were in every gradation of growth, glossy green buds, half open buds, with the white just peeping coyly between the splitting green covers, the nearly open flower, its best state, and the great wide yellow-scented well-opened bloom, opened so far back as almost to touch the water. How we wished that the blue water lily, already successfully introduced by Lord Walsingham at Merton, might thrive like its cousin and brighten up and vary the colour of these pools. We were too soon over this earthly paradise, and keeping the right course, ran up a narrow way, past a boat builder's yard, where was the frame of a very snappy little pleasure wherry on the stocks, to Stalham Staithe, and were soon moored up, forming the centre of attraction of all the boys and the girls of the place, who ranged themselves solemnly in rows to gape at us. A very liberal reward will be paid to anyone who will discover a way of ridding boats from these stolid and persevering visitors. Something in the stink-pot line, I would suggest. We strolled round the town, which is a largish place with a great square towered church just being restored. Again the antiquary was taken very bad indeed, for a most interesting octagonal font was having all its old work carefully refaced and scraped till it was as bad as new. Had the parson or the architect showed himself just at this juncture, we would not have answered for the consequences, and the church would have probably needed reconsecration. As it was, the antiquary contented himself with writing to the papers, which did not insert his letters. Here in the evening we got into conversation with a jovial farmer, who came to the Staithe on business, and stayed to chat. Later on he returned, bringing us butter and apricots in a lordly dish, and sat and smoked, drank whisky, and talked literary subjects, and argued erroneously on politics for a long while over several pipes. He, however, made a trivial mistake when asked if he personally knew the antiquary, some of whose books he had read, for he said he did, and described that individual, to his own face, as small and thin, to the intense delight of all the rest of us, who fancied from their ocular vision that he was tall and decidedly stout. And later in the evening that farmer slipped off the plank into the water and had to be helped out. Whether there was any connection between some, doubtless sound, criticism he had ventured on the antiquary's works, and the eagerness with which the latter volunteered to steady the plank on his departure, is a question we have never yet solved satisfactorily. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the Tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Up the Ant to Ebridge Mill. Next morning we were off again, and turning back, kept to the right up the sinuous turns of the Ant till we saw Wayford Bridge in the distance, backed up by the fine hillside woods known as Wayford Woods, in which are the Devil's Ditches, entrenchments supposed to be Roman. We soon got up to the bridge, but we ran aground and couldn't get off till a friendly farmer brought some ropes and a block, which he fastened to a stump of a tree, and the entire strength of the company being then put on to the ropes, the tug of war went decidedly against the ship, which came off with a jerk that sent us all on our backs in a nettle bed. We wandered up Wayford Wood and looked for the trenches without much success, for the whole place is overgrown with brushwood and brambles, but admired the view from the top greatly, and vainly longed to have the chance of seeing it in the spring, when it must be simply a sheet of blue from the wild hyacinths that carpet it. As it was, the innumerable foxgloves struck our visitors as being as beautiful as any of their home flowers. From the bridge we watched two rustics continually catching great bream, with tackle closely resembling clothes props and clotheslines. But on our endeavouring to emulate their success with our very superior tackle, we did, as usual, no good. The rest of the day was devoted to a lovely walk through Worstead, where we carefully inspected the church and admired its beautiful sound holes and rood screen, and shuddered at the tulip-like excrescences which mar the four corners of its tower. After this we went on a little further to Westick, so as to show our friends the lovely bit of wood and water where the Walsham road dips down to the lake, and turned round by the fir plantings home to finish a most pleasant walk. The log of the Lotus must have been faultily kept, for next day was Sunday, though it ought not to have been according to the narrative. Those who pass their holidays on these waters will, however, agree with me that it is very easy to lose a day in the most pleasant, dreamy way, as often no incident of any note takes place for it to be remembered by. And as to keeping a diary, why, the very idea is loathsome to a true holiday maker. After a late breakfast, and Mrs. Fatima having arrayed herself in a way to simply shame the lilies of the field, was rowed in the jolly up the backwater to as near an adjoining church as might be by the rest of us, and we all attended morning service, as all decent boating men ought to do. If, however, she reckoned on being the cynosure of all eyes and the centre of admiration, she was disappointed, for she was entirely eclipsed for good looks by the parsons, and for fashionable dress by the butchers' daughters. The afternoon turned out wet. One unregenerate took himself off to Norwich, but the rest passed a lazy afternoon and evening chatting. Of course, the Zoe having been left at Ludham Bridge, we had to abandon the Lotus to the visitors at night, but we all came on board and sailed on in company the next morning, up what was really the Ant, though it is dignified with the name of the North Walsham and Dilham Canal. Would that all canals were as pretty as this quiet little river, which is falsely so called. It is a perfect paradise for small boats and canoes, twisting and turning about through bushes and woods and the most rural scenery. But I fancy this was the first time that a 14-tonner had squeezed its way up it, and the ordinary broad guide maps do not extend so far north. Less than a mile from Wayford Bridge we were called upon for a small toll, levied apparently by a sort of poll tax, for the skipper wanted us to go below on approaching the bridge, and had to make a declaration that we had no merchandise on board. The toll collector lived in a charming little cottage in a riverside garden, with a quaint little caboose looking over the river, and papered over with all sorts of engravings from illustrated papers. So narrow was the river just before we got to Ruston Common that we could touch the bushes with a stick on either side, and as we passed that, the largest left of our Norfolk goose greens, we were scraping our copper over the shallows every 2 minutes. Fetterman wanted to go and see Pawson's birthplace and grave, but we were afraid someone might take a bucket of water out of the river while we were away, and so strand us. Just before we reached D Bridge, and passing through the lock, we saw what used to be Dilham Broad on our left. Skipper remembered sailing a race on it in years gone by, but it had almost wholly grown up now, though the thicket of reeds and rushes was very pretty. To the left, just before we came to the bridge, were some very funny looking one-storied cottages on the river's brink, and here we might have got into a nice muddle. For the athlete, who had been amusing himself all day with shooting anything he could, though he did not then, nor at any other time during the voyage, procure us anything of an edible nature, thought, as we were turning the corner, that he saw 2 moorhens swimming across. He took a careful pot shot, and I am bound to say that he knocked the water up all round about the birds, but they escaped. And we were very glad they did, for on closer inspection it turned out they were 2 of a brood of very tame ducklings belonging to the cottagers. While the boat was passing through the bridge, some of us strolled up over the pretty common to Honing Church, and noticed with disgust that a settlement of the Salvation Army had been effected in that quiet little village. The next lock was the prettier, but both were in a terribly bad state of repair, and we should have been less surprised than disgusted if the gates had given way as we went through. The wind failed us here, so we all had to tow in turn, and at last got to the end of our journey, Ebridge Mill, close to North Walsham, beyond which it was out of the question to go. Still we had to go under the bridge, through the lock and on to the mill pool, so as to get width to turn, and having done so, moored by the great steam mill. That evening we spent going over the mill, and we were all fairly astonished at the splendid machinery and numerous notions which we never expected to see in so outlandish a place, and which were all explained to us by a most intelligent and courteous foreman. We had arranged all along that next day Mr. Fatterman, whose real name was Grice, should visit for the first time the home of his ancestors, which he had come so far to see, and which we will call Barningthorpe, and we could get him to talk of little else that night. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. of a month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Ancestor Hunt. It was with great difficulty we could restrain Fataman from turning out for his 3-mile walk to Barningthorpe by 5 o'clock the next morning. He had been calculating with great exactness that it was precisely 200 years since his ancestor left that village. I don't think he really expected that on the entrance of himself and his pretty wife, and on their discovery of themselves to the natives, that joy bells would be rung, and that aged and white-haired villagers would crowd round the church porch and bless the day on which they had lived to see one of the old name return to the old country. But I can't help thinking that something of the sort was floating about in his mind, and I am quite sure that if it had happened, our friend would have opened his heart and his purse strings most liberally. I am rather sorry we did not arrange for some such reception. It could have been easily managed with a co-operation from the vicinity of Chapelfield, Norwich, and it would have pleased him immensely. As it was, I had my doubts, but kept them to myself, and after breakfast, Mrs. Fatima, having taken 2 hours in arraying herself in yet another costume, in which she certainly looked uncommonly nice, but which would have been more in place at a garden party at Marlborough House than where we were, we strolled by field paths to Barningthorpe, our friend getting more and more excited as we passed each direction post. At last we crossed a ligger, or plank bridge, over a little beck, and turning through a remarkably mucky par-yard, or farmyard, emerged in the village street. It was a typical Norfolk street. A church with a round flint tower, a long low leaded nave, and a thatched chancel, some 3 feet lower than it used to be, as one might see by the mark on the end of the nave. A clump of grey lichen-covered tombstones huddled together on the godly side of the churchyard, and coarse rank grass with never a mound on the shady side. A few hideous white crosses and wreaths, and some half-dead flowers in old jam-pots showed that some few of the recent dead have not yet been quite forgotten. Perhaps there were 20 houses of one sort or the other in the place, mostly built flush with the roadside, but all with some sort of flowers nailed up them, some with a gloire de Dijon rose, some with rosemary, while many were ornamented with nets full of odoriferous onions hung out to dry. There was literally no one visible. It might have been a city of the dead, but for 3 or 4 geese hissing about the little pond on the slip of close goose-eaten green in front of the beer house. Sad to say, the sign of the beer house was not the Le Grice Arms, as Mr. Grice had obviously hoped, but the 3 Pigeons. And as to the red-bricked gabled manor house, with its sundial and clipped yew trees and all the rest of it, which he had read in Washington Irving, Hawthorne and Holmes, it simply didn't exist. A few of the cottages might have been old, for they were tumbled down enough, but, sooth to say, I seldom had seen a more uninteresting village. Our friend was determined to ascertain whether any of his family were still living in the neighbourhood, so we went to the beer house, and stepping down into the low tap room, We hammered on the table for a long while before we could make any one hear. A singularly uninteresting tap room too it was, for there was a noticeable absence of settles, shovel boards and peg pots. All that was quaint was a painted board above the fireplace, thus inscribed: "Those that bring tobacco here must pay for pipes as well as beer, and those who sit before the fire must move aside, for I desire that all my friends as well as you may see the fire and feel it too." The ornamentation chiefly consisted of grocers' advertising almanacs, wherein lovely but somewhat bare-necked ladies, garbed in extremely pink dresses and dazzlingly white gloves, were quaffing, with an obviously affected relish, large bumpers of mineral waters concocted in Lower Goat Lane, Norwich. At last the landlord came from the back, apparently from the recent and minute tending of swine, and on being asked whether there was any one named Grice still living in the neighbourhood, replied promptly, "Iss," adding meditatively, "and a damned old wagabun he is too." This was startling news to hear of a kinsman after coming 2,000 odd miles to see him. But our friend was firm for good and for evil, and we were directed by the landlord in a most obliging way — people are most civil here yet — how to find him. But mysterious hints were given that if our errand was one connected with monetary matters, it would prove a vain and unprofitable one. Down a loke we went, and found the little farmhouse, with its tiled roof, rough cast front, white and green palings, and neglected garden, full of bushes of old monthly roses and glaring with borderings of big whitewashed flints. We unlatched the gate and were walking up to the door, when we were somewhat disconcerted by seeing it opened a little way to allow the exit of one of the most varmint-looking bull terriers I had ever seen, and then instantly shut and barred with a clang. The dog apparently well knew what he was expected to do, for he came straight for us, open-mouthed, and, but for the athlete meeting him half-way and fetching him a most hearty and well-directed kick under the jaw, which sent him somersaulting into a rose-bush, would certainly have pinned one of us. Here was a nice reception to the halls of one's ancestors, thought I, but in mercy said nothing, and our attention was diverted to a red-faced, unshorn man in his shirt-sleeves, who appeared at an upper window and orated us with a vehement mixture of vituperation and satire. We were, he explained to us, a nice set of silly, shabby somethings, to think we should take him in that way, to incur considerable expenses coming all the way from Norwich, and dressing up that morther like that, to try and take him in was, he opined, mistaken policy on our part, and would not prove remunerative. By that morther he meant Mrs. Fatima, whose dress I, speaking as a married man, estimate cost not much less than £22. He feared the day was hot, and liberally offered us the refreshment of his pump, but, somewhat inconsistently, hoped it might choke us. As to the gratuitous injury we had done to the dog, he assured us that animal was the property of his son, who would assuredly have the law on us, and would, without fail, see an eminent firm of criminal lawyers in the Castle Ditches next Saturday, Norwich Market, with that object. By this time it was beginning to dawn on me that he was under the impression that our visit was not unconnected with an endeavour to effect the service of some civil process. But to our American cousin nothing was clear. He was simply annoyed and disgusted beyond measure at his reception, and as we came away without deigning a word of reply, all I could suggest to comfort him was a suggestion that rumours of his arrival from America must have reached the man's ears, and that he thought he was coming back to evict him from the patrimonial estate. This eased his mind a little, but I fear from the smile which lurked on Mrs. Fatimer's lips during the whole affair, that she had expected something of the sort all the while, and that she treated him to a "I told you so" lecture when she got him alone that night in the inner cabin of the Lotus. However, some amends were made at the vicarage, where we went to see the registers, for the parson, who knew the antiquary by repute, received us most hospitably, and treated nous autres to honey and fruit in the garden, while the antiquary and Fatiman took innumerable entries from 1550 downwards of bygone Legrises, who really seemed to have been decent people in their day. No doubt the entries, and the wills the pair found later on at Norwich, will one day be embodied in one of those delightful family histories in which Americans so much delight. But I doubt if an engraved portrait of the present head of the family, or a view of the church farmhouse, will appear among its illustrations. So I append a view of the ancestral mansion. Fatiman was not in a humour for more genealogy that afternoon, so we all walked over to North Walsham instead. We admired the great church, with its beautiful stonework on its porch, noticed where and why the tower had fallen, a fragment only now standing like a hollow tooth, and wandered about the sleepy little town, chiefly noticeable for its narrow lanes and lattice-windowed butchers' shops, till we reached the Angel. Here Mrs. Green did us all well, as she always does at this most comfortable, if prosaic-looking house, and after lunch we lounged about the quiet bowling green till a trap was ready to take us to Gunton, the athlete meanwhile covering himself with glory, for is it not the tale of how he lifted a blacksmith's anvil and held out an iron table at arm's length, yet told in the rush-dadoed smoking room? Gunton Hall had not long been burned down, and there was nothing much to see but the splendid fruit in the greenhouses, which we noticed in the papers a fortnight later took a first prize at the Crystal Palace. After tea we drove back to the boat, having laid in a hamper of welcome provisions at the Angel, the host of which was clearly intended by nature for a commissary general, from the able way in which he secured all we wanted of everything. The next day a wagonette came to Ebridge Mill and picked us up for the day's drive mapped out by the antiquary, and one which did him good credit, for he showed us the magnificent timber roof of Knapton Church, the big flint barn 300 years old at Paston, the best barn in England, they say, the grand ruins of Bromholm or Bacton Abbey, Haysborough Church Tower, and Eccles Church, standing by itself in the sand of the seashore. Whether it was the sea air, for we hardly ever left the coast, or the change from the fresh water, or the antiquary's explanatory lectures, I do not know, but we were all uncommonly tired and glad to get back onto the boat to sleep. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of a month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Up to Wroxham. The journey back down the Ant did not take us long, and as we had been rather cramped on board the Lotus, we were not sorry the next evening to find ourselves standing upright at our ease once more on board the big wherry, and enjoying our evening meal at a practicable table, instead of the planks stretched across cushions which form the hospitable board of the smaller boat. The next day we had a pretty good wind past St.Benet's Abbey, but had a lot of tedious tacking in the bends before Ranworth. When we got opposite Ranworth Dyke, the antiquary protested so violently that we could not possibly go by without looking in and seeing the finest rood screen in England, that we gave way and took the jolly across the Broad to inspect it, and were glad we did, for it was far finer than Bacton and Irstead, which we had already seen. The enormous sprawly feet of the saints tickled all our fancies greatly. They could not, of course, have been done by the same artist who drew the faces, for some of those are simply beautiful, and of a style of art one never expects to see in a country church. Horning Church, which stands on a mound, a considerable one for this pancake-like country, had been in sight some time, and as we passed the little green Staithe by its side, the skipper once more told us an anecdote which some of us had certainly heard 80 times, and which I will try to reproduce from memory. We was a comin' down in the old Linder. Note that all boats on these waters are old, as all women are fair. From Wroxham Bridge, with Mr. Smith of Norwich, when he say to me when we got here, "What a nice quiet place that is, Tungate. Just the werry place I should like to get my tea at." So we puts ashore and lights a fire and boils our kittle, when down there comes parson, and he say, "This is my private Staithe, and I don't allow no one to lay here," say he. Well, Mr. Smith, he was a peaceable sort of a gent, so he told me to move the things off, and we went away and got our tea somewhere else. Next week I was a bringin' down Mr. Sidney, the manager of the Norwich Theatre, the same way, and I told him how we had been served the week before. "Then that's the werry place that we'll hev our tea at," he say. So he puts to shore and lights a fire and boils our kittle, when down there comes the parson agin, and he say, "This is my private Staithe, and I don't allow no one to lay here." "And a werry pretty place that is too," say Sidney, "a charmin' place. I thought I should like to get my tea here as I was a passin' by." "But I don't allow no one whatever to land here," say the parson. "Quite right," say Mr. Sidney. "I quite agree with you. It is a bootiful place. I wish I lived here," he say. And Mr. Sidney, he made up such a face, and he fared so stupid like and deaf, that arter a while the parson he gave it up for a bad job. For more he talked, more t'other one he kept on admiring the place and agreeing with him, that at last he turned round and asked him if he'd like a lettuce for his tea. So he thanked him kindly and said it was a pretty place and no mistake, and Mr. Sidney's little boy, he went up to the house and had a glass of wine with the parson, and he say to him, "My little man, do you think your father would like a drop of crame with his tea?" And he sent him back with a jug of crame and the biggest lettuce I ever did see, for it never would ha' gone into a bushel basket or a quart pot. And then he come down and he talked with Mr. Sidney for a long while, but I fared to fancy he saw he warn't quite so deaf, for as he was a going away he asked the little boy, "My little man, what is your father's name?" And the little boy he up and told him he was Mr. Sidney, the manager of the Norwich Theatre, and the old parson he give a grin and he went away. "And you have never sailed past the private Staithe once without telling this story," said I. But Tungate, who looked guilty, changed the conversation and evaded reply. We soon passed the picturesque group of firs with their roots all bare and uncovered, which forms one of the most charming of Mr. Davies' reviews, and reached Horning Ferry, but luckily had no occasion to revictual at the pretty little waterside public house, with its trimly kept lawn and mop-topped rose trees. For things rule at starvation prices here, as well as elsewhere on the river, owing to their inaccessibility. All about here is a great place for pike, and we saw other people catch them, though we were not equally successful. Stay, there was an exception, for the poet landed a £half-pound pikelet, which fussed about before it was brought in like a monster, but which, when cleaned, for his captor insisted on eating as well as catching him, looked for all the world like a stale whiting. Of his capture he wrote home proudly to his wife, untruthfully alleging his catch weighed £7. Unhappily for him, the antiquary, who lives within a stone's throw of him in London, also wrote home to his wife and described the capture more truthfully in ounces, and when the two wives got together in the absence of their lords, the truth came out. Horning Lower Street is a strange little waterside village, built right on the edge of the river, and chiefly composed of maltings and other buildings connected with beer brewing. From the natural abhorrence of teetotalism of the inhabitants arises, no doubt, the fact that the natives bring up their children to run along the river banks and sing a most untuneful and inaccurate version of "Hey John Barleycorn" to every yacht that passes. They are usually rewarded with halfpence, thrown as near as possible on the edge of the bank, so that the children who scramble for them may perchance slip into the water. Just round the corner one of the fishing contests, so dear to Norwich anglers, was going on, and 80 boats, each with its two partners, were moored just off the bank in a long line. Many of the fishers were facetious at our expense as we sailed by, but only one used anything approaching bad language, and he was promptly and severely sat upon by their club secretary, who rebuked his mildly wrong expression by howling out at the top of his voice, "You something else, es something else, wagabones like you with your, still something else, bad language, what brings us into such, something else, trouble with people. A method of reproof which we fancied was even more objectionable than the offence. Soon after, Fataman, who was a really fine pistol shot and fond of keeping his hand in, knocked over a water rat with a saloon pistol, just as it was interpolating itself into its hole, which gave the liar an opportunity of telling how once he was up the Thurne and was about to open a bottle of soda water on deck when he saw a water rat swimming to shore, and how he flung the bottle at the rat and killed it, the rat and the bottle being washed ashore together. But a full soda water bottle would sink, said Fataman. True, said the liar, but I forgot to say that the force of the blow broke the wire, and the expelling power of the gas, acting torpedo-like, pushed the bottle ashore, and I had it all stuffed by the man up St. Giles. The bottle included? Asked Fataman dryly. The heat was so intense that we stopped off Black Currant Car, and despite the most formidable notice board warning of trespassers, which board was riddled with the shot and saloon pistol bullets of indignant waterfarers, plunged into the cool recesses among the sallows, and lunched in the shade. It is very wrong to trespass, and I do not countenance trespassing as a rule, but the heat was so great that this sort of sin becomes an absolute necessity. Skipper told us some stories of old Mr. Blake Humphrey, a Peninsular veteran and the owner of most of the soil, and of how, when a lad, about to be gazetted to a commission, he used to go and sleep out in the fields so as to accustom himself to bivouacking, an eminently practical training which probably has never been thought of by anyone else. We should have liked to have got on to Houghton Broad, but its entrances were all rigidly chained up, and though it seems at first sight churlish to prevent people from having a sight of this fine sheet of water, one can hardly blame the owner, who has suffered greatly from Cockney and other sportsmen. He is, we heard, trying to establish a colony of the black-headed gull here as a rival to Scoulton, and takes so lively an interest in the matter that the liar said he was once seen sitting on a nest of eggs which had been deserted by its rightful owners. A story I, personally, disbelieve. On to Salus Little Broad, one of the very prettiest of all, we went for a while in the Jolly, and had the "ghost house" site pointed out to us. From here to Wroxham, however, we suffered greatly from following in the wake of a bigger shot, which contained two pairs of gorgeously dressed Jews and Jewesses, for one of the males played music-hall songs and calls on a bugle, to the utter destruction of our enjoyment of the charmingly wooded scenery into which we were just entering. At last the athlete could stand it no longer, and in his just wrath forgot himself as badly as our annoyers, for he darted below, and plunging a carving fork into a ham, waved it aloft, singing aloud the sweet song known to Gentiles as "I took a bit of pork and stuck it on a fork, and gave it to a Jew boy Jew." We reproved him loudly and sent him below, but such is the power of original sin that in our hearts we were not wholly sorry he had misbehaved himself. To our left were some green close-turfed meadows, covering what no doubt was once water, for the old bank could be clearly traced more inland, and having passed them, round we swung suddenly out of the river through a narrow gateway on our left, and were on the best of the Broads, Wroxham, before we knew where we were. Wroxham has been described so often that I need not say more than that it is a big lake fringed with reed beds backed up all the way round with trees, and is unlike all other Broads, in that it is deep all over, so that there is no place where a biggish yacht cannot safely sail. There is nearly always a breeze here, and few yachtsmen can resist the temptation of having 3 or 4 laps round the Broad. There used to be a grand regatta or water frolic here, but it is practically extinct now, and the Broad is seen at its best when it is frozen over. The public right to navigate and fish on the Broad has been recently challenged, but I fancy there would be no difficulty in sustaining it, for the old course of the river was through the Broad. Another mile after re-entering the river, all through the most lovely wooded country, brought us within sight of Wroxham Bridge, which was to be the end of our journey on this river. We had great difficulty in finding berths for both our boats, for there was over 80 yachts and sailing boats within hail of the bridge, but eventually got a place and moored one off the other for the night. As the evening drew in, it was wonderfully pretty to see the white-sailed yachts come home round the woody corner up the river like birds to roost, and dropping their sails one after the other, stop silently at their appointed places for the night. Late into the night, however, we were persecuted by the muffled sound of the Hebrew ruffian's horn, and by some wretched undergraduates out for a holiday, who had a banjo and one song about some poor beggar who wished to lie low, which they kept on repeating for hours. Very early indeed next morning I heard the athlete get up and slip off the side of the boat into the water, as noiselessly as an otter, and swim for the cutter wherein the banjoist reposed. What he did I know not, nor did we ask, but after breakfast we noticed a sickly-looking person in a dirty blazer trying to empty the water out of a damp, or one might say spiked, banjo, which never again troubled us, and I fancy the two events had some connection with one another. Wroxham village, which is really Houghton St. John, for Wroxham is on the other side of the river, is in early morning in the yachting season rather a stirring sight, everyone trying to be first for the limited supply of milk, and the improvident persons who have not arranged for provisions being busy foraging in the little general shop for bacon and bread. Jimpson's, with its windows all aglow with gorgeous geraniums, is generally the last refuge of the negligent, and that hospitable public house seems to be elastic to a great degree as to supplies, for I had seldom failed to get something of some sort there, even in the biggest rush. Bathing was going on freely and not too decently, the lex non scripta here being apparently the very unreasonable one that a man may dive out of his boat right in sight of everybody if it is before 8 a.m. Some cads on the morning in question improved on the bad custom by sitting out to dry on their cabin roof attired in a towel loincloth only, and by running stark naked to the top of the bridge and standing on the top of the parapet as though about to dive from it. They funked doing so, however, and it was left for our athlete later in the day to put on some old flannels and dive in off the top, to the delight of the spectators. Some sort of police regulation is fast becoming necessary at Wroxham to prevent undergraduates of low-class colleges who swagger about all day long in gaudy blazers from making themselves nuisances in the many ways they do. Later in the year we were well pleased to read in the local paper that one of these gassy persons had to pay rather dear for his amusement. There were other than living nuisances, however, at Wroxham that morning, for owing to the extremely hot weather and the sinful habit old Tungate had of keeping old eelbabs, fragments of rotten fat, bad eggs and the like all the year round in and about his bunk on the Lotus, the bilge water on board that vessel began to stink so atrociously that we had nothing for it but to clear out while she was being cleaned, and luckily secured the use of an empty pleasure wherry to sleep in during the operation. The athlete, too, had a misfortune, for he dived in at a spot where some tar had leaked from off some wherry, and came up all striped like a tiger. We had to butter him to get it off, and even then he shone like a grand copper statue for days. While we were at Jimpson's, we heard marvellous stories of the good pike fishing here in the winter, and as they were corroborated by a well-known artist, a non-fisherman, who was staying there, and who said men had often brought home 5 or 6 good fish each, I am inclined to give more credence to them than to most fishing stories. These stories brought out the skipper's fine old crusted tale of a pike weighing 170 pounds, having been taken out of the pond at Elmham, the point whereof is that in some local history or another is a description of how a man named A. Pike once committed suicide there, and was found in and removed from the pond. Of course, one pike story brought on another, and we heard much of mystic monsters as big as trunks of trees which lurked at the bottom of out-of-the-way pools, and would be tempted with no less a bait than a duck or a dog. The poet, who has a fine and vivid imagination, was for proposing that we should bait a line with a leg of pork, tie it to the end of the mast and lower, and then, when the fish had gorged, man the windlass and hain suddenly, and by means of the 3 ton of lead at the foot of the mast, have him out before he knew where he was. But the suggestion fell flat, as did a feeble land surveying joke of the Lyre, that he had once seen a perch 16½ feet long. In the afternoon we took the 2 jollies and paddled up river to Below and Coltishall to have a look at the often talked about Little Switzerland, of which we did not think much, and coming back had a water tournament with mops, in which the athlete caught a nasty straight blow in the mouth which made the blood come freely, and in which it was very doubtful who got the wetter, the tilters or the rowers. Wroxham Church, with its Norman work, we were bound to see, and then all went to bed well tired out. The next morning we left the boats in charge of the men to take round the 50-odd miles by water to Norwich, while we drove to the same place in just 7 miles by the road. Our luggage we sent on by rail from the little station which hangs over the Back Broad, the first and only bit of marsh scenery the London traveller to Cromer sees as he travels by rail. This little Broad will always waken a sad memory in me, for one Christmas Eve I was coming to Cromer from Norwich, and noticed a young sailor, obviously just from the sea, with his sweetheart on the platform. The train pulled up just before the station, and the poor young chap, fancying he was on the platform, opened the door and jumped out, rolling down the bank into the water. I well remember, indeed can never forget, for I often dream the scene again at night, hearing for a minute or two a splashing below and wondering what it was. Had I or anyone else on the train realised the position, nothing would have been easier than to have crept down the bank and pulled him out. But, as it was, whether he was stunned or for what other reason I don't know, he was drowned like a dog in shallow water within 20 yards of a train full of people. Nor shall I easily forget his sweetheart's bitter cries when 5 minutes later she learned what had happened. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the Tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Down the Norwich River to Yarmouth. When at Norwich we stayed, as all sane men do who frequent that ancient city, at the Maid's Head, that cosiest of old-fashioned houses, admired Mr. Webster's wall garden and old carved oak bar, and were put au courant with the affairs of the city by Balls, the coffee-room waiter, who I need hardly say had several new anecdotes for our entertainment. For 2 or 3 days we wandered about the city, and did as visitors to it generally do, sauntering at our leisure through the cathedral, listening to the band in the upper square in the close, and taking the air from the castle hill, wasting our money in the various curiosity shops, looking at the outside of Gerald's and the inside of Hunt's bookshops, inspecting the occupants of the cattle market with a wise air, which, however, did not impose on either the beasts or their owners, and lounging away half Saturday in and about the market-place, the Gentleman's Walk, and the back of the inns. Nor did we forget Mousehold Heath, nor a hasty half-day at Cromer. By the Monday, however, with the message that the boats were lying at what he called Trowse Eye, meaning thereby Trowse Hythe. As our holiday time was getting a bit short, we were not sorry to have our last few days on the water. So we outfitted once more and, filling our hampers, this time at Snelling's in Rampant Horse Street, which is a capital place for boating men, for the owner knows exactly what is best to take and supplies excellent stuff, including superlatively good fruit and tomatoes, we took a fly and drove down to Thorpe. I will not describe Thorpe as the of Norfolk. The simile is too hackneyed, and it is not, truth to tell, in the least like the Surrey village in question. Still, it is very pretty with its old river and its waterside gardens, with their dipping willows and greenery, and if the authorities allow the cursed tram line to run to it, as it is rumoured, they will utterly spoil one of the prettiest corners in the eastern counties. Certainly I know of no local hostelry so well placed or so thickly covered with creepers, roses, clematis, honeysuckle, variegated ivies, Dutchman's pipe, and so forth. It used to be a tea garden cum music hall, and I remember assisting at a function there, where a man walked the tightrope over the river, emitting fireworks from all conceivable angles of his body, till I trembled lest he should be blown into the water, and where an imported vocalist delighted my youthful mind by the readiness with which he rebuked an interrupting imitator, with the simple and self-denying remark, "One fool at a time, sir, if you please." Het Wark was the sign of the riverside house, against whose staithe our jollies were lying. Not being a Dutchman, I don't know what those words mean which stand under a blue boar. Some say it is "that pig," others "hot work," but I have no opinion on the subject. Hot work indeed has been seen here, for within a short gunshot of the garden, 10 years ago, happened the most gruesome railway accident ever known in England, when 2 express trains met on a single line of rails, while the unhappy man who had sent them on by mistake ran frantic about Norwich station, unable to prevent the horror which he had caused. We were soon put off, and at home on the boats again, and though it was late on Thursday night, nothing would suit the skipper but that we should make a start and quant 100 yards or so that night, to avoid the terrible responsibility of starting on a Friday. The sweet chimes of the bells in the new steeple of Thorpe Church, and the flickering flashes of the electric light from Coleman's works, helped to please us as well as the quietude of the river, hardly broken by the trading wherries sliding down with their ghostly sails to the sea all the night, as they sailed over the deep black pool under the trees, where so many good men and fair women have been drowned at one time and another. Next morning we were up and away early with a rare sailing wind, the weather being cold and cloudy, and were not long before we rounded the corner by Coleman's beautiful grounds, and made for Whitlingham Reach. To our right we saw the high wooded ground, surmounted by the round towered ruins of Whitlingham Church, and I tried to remember how much more than a quarter of a century ago it was that at a picnic in its chancel I went through the ceremony of marriage with a gushing young thing, over whom I now have no proprietary rights, for has she not married a firm of linen drapers, and assumed many airs and graces accordingly? Passing the Monkey House and Crown Point, the scene of Harvey's ruin and suicide, the skipper entertained us with a strange ghost story, how Harvey's ghost walks, or rather sits, on every moonlight night on a favourite garden seat which the dead man was accustomed to use, with his head bowed in his hands, sighing and sighing the long night through. This led to a long conversation, which brought out the various myths as to his sad end prevalent in the district, which were of the curious character usually connected with sudden and tragical deaths. Poswick Grove, with its steep green hill, dotted with trees, pleased us much, as did the bushy meadows to the right, dear to the gunners of Norwich, who generally get some shooting from boats off here in hard weather. Bramerton Wood's End, which used to be a picturesque old white inn on a hillside, but which is now spoiled, was the first house of entertainment we came to, and as it would have grieved the men sorely not to have laid by for a few minutes for a mardle, we assented and got out. A little further down is a very well situated rambling old house, standing on a sort of cliff above the river, along which it commands views both ways, and the hillside is a very interesting one to geologists, for reasons which I unhappily do not know. Still, it is worth a climb to its ferny top to see the river winding its way like an interminable letter S to the sea. A mile or two further down the river we passed Surlingham Ferry House, a little public house in a clump of melancholy looking trees, whence a pontoon is worked across the river by a chain, and keeping on, soon came within hail of Brundall, which is on the left bank, and is the first village of any importance down the river. Here many yachts and sailing boats are always moored by the bank, some being owned by the inhabitants of the pretty red-bricked bungalow-like houses which show on the top of the hill by the railway station. For some time, to our right, on the opposite side of the river, we could see the long, curiously shaped sheet of water known as Surlingham Broad, and we now ran round the corner, past its entrance, and past the ferry place with its tinkling bell, and stopped for the afternoon at Coldham Hall. Why Coldham Hall should be the earthly paradise of all skippers of yachts and wherrymen is a problem I cannot even attempt to solve. It is convenient for Brundall Station, for those who like to start from here, and so miss the very prettiest part of the river, namely, that between this and Norwich. And there is a boat builder's yard, where repairs can be done well and cheaply by Gibbs. But the public house itself is, with the exception of a bean feast dining hall, which has been built by the waterside, very small and inconvenient, though it supplies good food and drink. However, we settled to stay here. Thus we found ourselves confronted by most confident opinions on the part of our men, that we could not possibly get on, though prima facie the tide was falling and the wind fair. And here I would give a word of advice to the novice. Always to give way and defer to his professional navigators, as to the hours of starting and stopping, and the places of doing so. It may be, indeed it usually is, that the reasons they give are transparently absurd and their motives disgustingly selfish, but it is best to dissemble and give way, for if you do not, sure as eggs are eggs, which is by no means sure if you buy them at Yarmouth, you will repent it. You will have an accident of some sort. The jolly will go adrift, or the plank will be forgotten, and you will be run onto the rond so firmly by accident that you will be unable to get off till the tide rises. This will happen, moreover, at a spot where you can get no milk and post no letters. So we dropped down past the house and the quay head, and past 3 great ricks of coarse marsh hay, and moored at the corner of a little dyke, wherein lay the Swan and her crew, whose pleasant accounts of these rivers have brought so many visitors to them, that its author ought to be as free as he is welcome to every inn in the neighbourhood. We wandered about the Little Goose Green, tried quoits and tittima torta, as the natives call the pastime of seesaw, and chaffered for the pick of an uncommonly fine lot of geese, one of which was destined for our dinner. The athlete thought he had a very easy task when he was deputed to catch that same goose, but he was mistaken, for it fled for its life over the marshy meadows, and so twisted and turned and dodged and ran under forms and rails that it was quite 10 minutes before its pursuer, red as to his face and violent as to his language, managed to fairly run it down and secure it by falling on it heavily. While it was being cooked in the house, we walked up the avenue to the little village, admired the big Gloire de Dijon rose on the wall of the other inn, and went over the local cucumber house, which sends up 1,000 indigestions a week to Covent Garden. For sixpence we got a straight spiny vegetable as long as your arm, fragrant as to its smell, with the glistening water drops shining on it everywhere. Cucumber and hot goose ought to have made us unwell that night, but thanks to the keen river air we could have digested anything, even one of Gladstone's excuses, without being the worse for it. Nothing would content Mrs. Fatima but that we should take one of the jollies and row her about Surlingham Broad by the light of the moon, which was just sinking below the tops of the rushes. For the first hour or so nothing could have been more delightful. Our visitors sang sentimental songs as melodiously as any nightingales, and we pulled in and about innumerable odd channels and corners of this very pretty Broad, every now and again stealing noiselessly up to a big clump of reeds and smacking the water with the blades of our oars, on which the starlings got up literally in clouds, with a sound of rushing wings utterly indescribable, but never to be forgotten. At last we began to realise the fact that the moon had gone down, and that we had lost ourselves in this aquatic maze. Also that it was getting uncommonly chilly, Fatima being in muslin and we males in thin jerseys. Also that the tide was falling fast, and that we were on the weeds. Never before have I, for one, rowed so hard as I did that awful night to try and get the boat off one particular tenacious patch of weeds. We certainly were 20 minutes moving about the length of a dining room table, and then crack went my oar short at the button, and we were left with one only. The miasma began to rise as the water sunk, and the stinking weeds were left uncovered. It was a pretty position to be in, within half a mile of our boats, no possibility of getting out and walking, for the mud and the slime was of an unknown depth all round, and no chance of getting anyone to come and help us, for our yells and cries brought no response. Luckily, however, we slid off the edge into something like a channel, and at last punted ourselves back, very tired and disgusted with our adventure. Tungate, who admitted on our return that he had heard a deal of halloran, was engaged in a lively dispute with a strapping big waterman, who, being slightly inebriated, was boasting of his athletic capabilities, on which the artful veteran bet him a shilling that he, at 76, could do something the boaster could not. We agreed to see fair, and adjourned into the cabin of the Lotus, wherein the skipper, who stands 5 feet nothing, stood upright, saying, "This is what I can do and you can't do. I can stand right upright in this here cabin, and you can't." There would have been a wrangle over this if we had not solved the difficulty by paying the stakes ourselves. We stayed up too late that night over whisky and pipes, and were deluded into promising to get up before daybreak to go on the Broad and try to get some water hens. Early, very early indeed, then, next morning, we were routed out of our comfortable bunks by a curly-headed and pertinacious young ruffian, who certainly paddled us and our guns round noiselessly enough, but as certainly never even started us a water-hen. We did not go up to the church, as there is nothing much to see, but Tungate told us a good story as to how, when he was last in its churchyard, he saw a lot of villagers hanging round the church porch, discussing as to which part of the churchyard they would like to be buried in, and that one veteran said, "Please God, if I live and be well, that's where I should like to be buried." To understand the joke, the reader should know that the expression, "if I live and be well," piously prefaces nearly every wish or intention expressed by the natives. Soon after starting next morning, we passed on the left the entrance, marked by a solitary tree, of Strumshaw Broad, now nearly all grown up, and approached only by a long narrow passage, up which one can hardly row. Here must have been once a great place for pike, for the skipper, on whose veracity I can depend, says that when his father and he hired the Broad half a century or so ago, they once netted 78 pike in a day there. It was tack, tack, tack for us down most of the reaches all that day, and we made but slow progress. And we should have envied the way in which the Jenny Lind and the Jumbo, the two great pleasure steamers of the Yare, steadily puffed by us on their way for Yarmouth, had we been in any hurry to get to that place. But we were not, and took the tacking in the day's work, and had an exciting contest between the two boats, in which the Lotus won, for her little jib was of some use, bringing her round each time, and she being shorter was handier. There were a lot of coot and moorhen about, and we got enough to make a respectable pie. One was secured in a curious way. It had swum across our bows out of shot, and gone into some tussocks of grass. When we came within shot of it in our next tack, I asked the athlete if I should shoot in somewhere where I thought it was, and try to put it up for him. I did so, and nothing stirred. But as we passed by, the mate called out, "Blame me if you didn't kill him." And so it turned out, for there it was lying dead with outstretched wings. This gained me the title of champion shot for the rest of the voyage, for it was rightly admitted that the shooting of him who killed that which he did not see was of a higher order than that of him who simply hit what he saw. Buckenham Ferry is but a public house of the ordinary riverside type, and Cantley Red House only another in a bleak and cold situation. The author notes that Langley Abbey ruins are between these points, and though we miss them, the visitor should not, for they are, after Castleacre, Binham and Bacton, the most interesting monastic ruins in the county. Just past it is a big thorn bush, in which I have shivered for several mornings and evenings in the hope of getting a flight shot at duck or plover, but never with any luck, though it is as likely a spot as any I know. The real truth is that on the navigable rivers, excepting in exceptional weather, the gunner has little chance of getting anything but green plover, coot and waterhen, and perhaps a heron now and then. I don't believe wild duck or snipe are shot on the open waters of the Yare during the whole year. The author notes, I wrote 20, and only withdrew the statement in deference to the opinions of several local proofreaders, who ought to know better than I do, but don't. End of author's note. Of course, Broads and private waters are quite another thing. The Devil's House at Langley, with the usual story of interfered with foundations, was the next thing pointed out to us before we came to the mouth of the little River Chet, or Ket, up which one might go by river to Loddon if one were stupid enough to wish to do so. In the angle of the two rivers is the grey shaft of Hardley Cross, which marks the boundary of the city liberties. I will in mercy refrain from telling once more the story of the brilliant retort made by a town clerk, not the present one, when asked what he should do if any one should be wanted to absume or purfy, according to the annual declaration. For is it not written in all the guide books? We passed several little one-house colonies on the river bank, all very much like one another, and generally consisting of a red brick, red-tiled cottage or two ricks of marsh hay, a plum and apple, and always a bullace tree in a sparse little garden, with no fence at all, only a dyke. At last we came in sight of Reedham, and stopped for the night above the swing railway bridge, alongside a boat builder's yard, splorged all over with daubs of green, red and blue, where the paint brushes had been tried, and with a high black tarred fence which refracted the heat upon us as we sat on our cabin tops till we were simply scorched. Reedham, as to the shipwrecked Dane and his dutiful dog, and Ragnar Lothbrog and the rest of it, the reader is referred to the guide books, stands on a red-brown furze-grown bank of earth about 30 feet high, with one tier of houses on its top and another tier on the water level, several of them being built of brick on older flint walls. There is not much doing at Reedham, except by the owners of the woodstack and sawmills, which, with a long malt house and some waterside laundries, seem to command the trade of the place. We went up the town and across the fields to see the church, which is an extremely fine and curious one with interesting brasses, and heard the old story that the Barneys, or Burneys, who were baronets here, had to wear the bloody hand on their coat of arms as a perpetual remembrance of the cruelty of one of their ancestors, who had whipped a boy to dead. This brought out a story, apropos de rien in particular, from the antiquary as to another Norfolk family, the Beavers, and as to how a fast young lady asked one of them what his arms were, and, on being told, went on to say, "Oh yes, and I suppose your motto is, 'You be damned,' Beaver dam equalling joke." Then we had a great hunt for fresh meat, which we eventually found in small quantities, only in a stuffy little lattice-windowed shed. This was to be our last night on board, and, sooth to say, we were not altogether sorry it was to be, for we were just about beginning to get mutually tired of one another. The novelty of the picnic was beginning to wear out. The American developed a habit of sitting on the garden seat in the bows of the Zoe, and silently spitting for hours, a habit which not only polluted the river, but made us fairly certain that our efforts to amuse and interest him had become dismal failures. Mrs. Fatima palled on us too. She was undoubtedly very pretty and very well dressed, but was always on her dignity when she was not being flattered by someone, and a month is too long to keep on at that game continually. An English girl would have assimilated herself better with the habits and customs of her husband's friends, but it was no use crying over spilt milk. We had just contrived to avoid a tiff, and that was something, but there was a smell of sulphur in the air. The poet, who affected decided southern sympathies, went about softly but aggressively, whistling "The Bonnie Blue Flag that bears the single star," and then profusely apologising for doing so in a way which made us all tremble for an explosion, while Mrs. Fatima would ask, in the most innocent way, as a slashing white-sailed cutter dashed by us with a regular brown-faced girl with bright chestnut hair under a shining round hat at the helm, whether the steerer was a girl or a boy, asking the question obviously with the idea of insinuating that tomboy would be the right word. So we started the next morning through the bridge and past the garden so noted for its annual blaze of scarlet geraniums, all feeling that diplomatic relations were decidedly strained. Luckily, the lady had long expressed a wish to have an English heron's plume, and just as we were by the mouth of Breydon, up got an old heron not 20 yards from us. My gun was in my hand, and it was up to my shoulder in a moment for the easiest shot I had ever had, for the bird was just flapping up against the wind, trying to rise. Strangely enough, the gentle trigger pull brought no response, for the gun was on half cock, a fact which had escaped me. Bang, bang! In my ear went Fatiman's double. But though he was far the best shot of us, he, like other good shots will do sometimes, missed clean and neat, but, as his try had the effect of making the heron change its course a bit, I had another try, this time with success. La belle Américaine got her wished-for feathers. This put her in a more gracious temper, and making a good passage over Breydon, we were soon in Yarmouth, and over a good dinner at the Star, parted amicably, they to go on to Scarborough, and we back to London. And so ended our voyage. End of chapter 11. Section 12 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads, on board the wherry Zoe and its tender, the tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Norfolk and Suffolk Fisheries Act. Bylaws. Close time. All waters. 1. No person shall fish for, catch, take or kill, or attempt to catch, take or kill, otherwise than by rod and line, within the limits of the above Act, any trout between the 10th day of September and the 25th day of January, both days inclusive, or any other kind of fish between the 1st day of March and the 30th day of June, both days inclusive, except smelts, bait and eels, as hereinafter provided. Nets generally. 2. No person shall, for the purpose of taking fish within the limits of the above Act, do any of the following things. A. Use or attempt to use any net between 1 hour after sunset and 1 hour before sunrise, except in the River Ouse below Denver Sluice, and in the River Nene below Wisbeach Bridge. B. Use or attempt to use at any time within 3 years after the 30th day of June 1884 for the purpose of taking fish, other than tench, smelts, bait and eels, any net having a mesh of less dimensions when wet than 3 inches from knot to knot, measured on each side of the square, or 12 inches all round. C. Use or attempt to use any net having a wall or facing with a mesh of less dimensions when wet than 7 inches from knot to knot, measured on each side of the square, or 28 inches all round. D. Use or attempt to use in any navigable river any bow net. E. Use or attempt to use in any navigable river any drag net having a poke or pocket. F. Use or attempt to use a drag net of any kind in the undermentioned waters. A. The River Yare or Wensum. B. The River Waveney. C. The River Bure, below the lower entrance to Wroxham Broad. D. The River Ant, below the lower entrance into Barton Broad. E. The River Thurne, below the entrance into Somerton Broad, except with the previous permission in writing of the Board of Conservators under their common seal. 3. No person shall, within the limits of the above Act, use or attempt to use any net for taking fish, unless it is sufficiently weighted to sink vertically in the water, or take or attempt to take fish by placing 2 or more nets behind or near to each other, or use any other device or artifice so as practically to diminish the size of the mesh of any net allowed to be used by these bye-laws, or to evade this provision. Prohibiting use of trimmers, etc., in navigable rivers. 4. No person shall use, or attempt to use, any trimmer, ligger, deadline or snare, or any like instrument or engine, for the purpose of taking fish in any navigable river within the limits of the above Act, except lines for taking eels as hereinafter provided. Taking smelts, rivers Yare and Wensum. 5. No person shall, within the limits of the above Act, use or attempt to use any net in the River Yare or Wensum for the purpose of taking smelts, except a cast net or drop net, between the 10th day of March and the 12th day of May, both days inclusive, and then only between the New Mills in the parish of St. Swithin in the city of Norwich, or Trouse Bridge in Trouse or Trouse Newton, and the junction of the rivers Yare and Wensum, at a place known as Trouse Hythe, and between Hardley Cross and the junction of the rivers Yare and Waveney. 6. No person shall use, or attempt to use, a cast net or drop net exceeding 16 feet in diameter in the river Yare or Wensum, within the limits of the above Act. Taking smelts, River Waveney. 7. No person shall, within the limits of the above Act, use or attempt to use in the River Waveney, above the Borough Cement Works, any net for the purpose of taking smelts, except between the 10th day of March and the 12th day of May, both days inclusive, and then only at the places and by the means hereinafter mentioned, namely, between Rose Hall Fleet and the Boathouse Hill, Beccles, and in the pen of Shipmeadow Lock, by a cast net or drop net not exceeding 16 feet in diameter. And if any such net be used between 1 hour after sunset and 1 hour before sunrise, the same shall be used with a light or flare, and not otherwise. Taking smelts, Rivers Ouse, Nar and Nene. 8. No person shall, within the limits of the above Act, take or kill or attempt to take or kill smelts in the Rivers Ouse, Nar or Nene, between the 1st day of April and the 31st day of August, both days inclusive. 9. No person shall, within the limits of the above Act, use or attempt to use, in the Rivers Ouse, Nar or Nene, for the purpose of taking smelts, any net having a mesh of less dimensions when wet than 5/8 of an inch from knot to knot, measured on each side of the square. Taking smelts, Breydon Water. 10. No person shall, within the limits of the above Act, use or attempt to use, in the water known as Breydon Water, for the purpose of taking smelts, any net in the months of May, June, July and August, or any net between the 1st day of September and the 30th day of April, both days inclusive, having a mesh of less dimensions, when wet, than 5/8 of an inch from knot to knot, measured on each side of the square. Taking bait, Navigable Rivers. 11. No person shall, for the purpose of taking bait in any navigable river within the limits of the above Act, except in the River Ouse below Denver Sluice, and in the River Nene below Wisbeach Bridge, use any net other than a cast net, or any cast net having a mesh of less dimensions, when wet, than 5/8 of an inch from knot to knot, measured on each side of the square. Taking bait, all waters. 12. No person shall, within the limits of the above Act, use or attempt to use any cast net exceeding 8 yards in circumference, or having a sack or purse exceeding 14 inches in depth when extended, for the purpose of taking fish for bait, and the word bait shall mean roach, rudd or rood, bream, dace, ruff or pope, gudgeons and minnows, measuring less than 8 inches from the nose to the fork of the tail. 13. No person shall, within the limits of the above Act, net for bait at any time on a Sunday, and no person shall, within such limits, net for bait at any time on a weekday, except between 1 hour before sunrise and 1 hour after sunset, nor unless such bait is for use in angling or trolling, or taking eels within the limits of the above Act. Taking eels, rivers Yare and Wensum, above Hardley Cross. 14. No person shall, for the purpose of taking eels in the rivers Yare and Wensum above Hardley Cross, do any of the following things. A. Use or attempt to use, in the months of April, May and June, a line with a hook or hooks, except in connection with a rod used for the purpose of angling. B. Use or attempt to use any net in the months of April, May and June. C. Use or attempt to use at any other time of the year a line, whether fixed or not, with more than one hook, except in connection with a rod used for the purpose of angling. D. Use or attempt to use any net other than a skim or skein net. Taking eels, all other waters. 15. In all other waters within the limits of the above Act, lines with one hook only, whether fixed or not, and fixed nets, but no others, may be used at any time for taking eels only. 16. No person shall use or attempt to use in any water within the limits of the above Act a dag or spear for the purpose of taking fish other than eels. All waters. 17. Any person within the limits of the above Act taking any fish except smelts, eels or bait in any net allowed by these bye-laws to be used for taking smelts, eels or bait respectively, shall immediately return such first mentioned fish to the water without avoidable injury. 18. The foregoing bye-laws shall not apply to any other than freshwater fish, or to the water known as Breydon water, except as to smelts, as hereinbefore provided. High water at Reedham Bridge 3 hours later than at Yarmouth Bar. Cantley 3½ hours. Buckenham Ferry 4 hours. Coldham Hall 4½ hours. Surlingham Ferry 5½ hours. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Month on the Norfolk Broads on board the Wherry Zoe and its tender, the Tub Lotus, by Walter Rye. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Everything for your holiday, from provisions to pianos. The Adverts. Edwin Wilson, late Cartwright, gun, rifle and pistol maker, 13 Rampant Horse Street, Norwich. Established 1804. Miss Seeley, ladies and children's outfitter, Rampant Horse Street, Norwich. Underclothing, baby linen, robes, cloaks and frocks. Little boys' suits and coats, jersey costumes. Café Royal Restaurant, 59 London Street, Norwich. C. Fasola Proprietor, founder of the Café Royal, Brighton. Luncheons, dinners, suppers, tea, coffee and chocolate in the French style, always ready. Neapolitan and other ices. Hot joints daily from 12:30 till 3. Dinner Parisienne daily from 5 till 8 p.m, consisting of soup, fish, 2 entrees, vegetables, roast, salad, ices, cheese and dessert. Open till 11 p.m. Gentlemen's lavatories, ladies' saloon and retiring rooms, private rooms for parties. R.F. Liddell, Norwich and Yarmouth, superior bride cakes. Manufacturing confectioner and pastry cook. Refreshment rooms. Ices, soups, cold meats, sandwiches, etc. 22 The Walk Marketplace, Norwich, formerly Marston and Liddell. Or 168 King Street, Yarmouth, formerly Harbord. R.F. Liddell, proprietor. Dixon's watches and clocks, tested by his daily time signals from the Royal Observatory, are the most accurate timekeepers. Keyless adjusted watches, minute repeaters, etc. Chime and carriage clocks, turret clocks made to order. Efficient workmen for the repair of English and foreign watches and clocks. 25 London Street, Norwich. Norfolk Rivers and Broads Pleasure Barge Company. Sailing, fishing, shooting, etc. Commodious sailing barges fitted up with every accommodation. To let by the month, week or day. To those unacquainted with the comfort and convenience afforded in a pleasure barge, we would offer a short description. The outside deck is provided with seats before the mast for the accommodation of visitors. Here one can luxuriously enjoy the sailing without the discomfort of moving about to suit the gear as on yachts. The interior is divided off into several compartments, the principal space being occupied by the saloon, where there is ample space for 12 persons at table. At one end stands a piano for those musically inclined. By means of electric bells, communication with the crew is easily made. Every space is made use of for lockers, pantry, etc. The saloon has a large dining table and complement of chairs, linoleum flooring, mirrors, etc., and is lighted by patent lamps, the whole presenting a very homelike and elegant appearance. Sleeping accommodation is afforded by 2 well-ventilated rooms fitted with every bedroom requisite. The cooking arrangements are admirable. Vide Norfolk News, October 2nd, 1886. For terms, apply to the Secretary, 3 Mill Hill Road, Norwich, or to Mr. W. F. Stratford, Gresham Life Office, Bank Plain, Norwich. The Monster Pike. Anglers supplied with the necessary tackle to captivate the most timid and cautious fish. Brandling worms fresh and lively, securely packed in moss, 100 in tin box, post free for 7d, can be supplied in the driest season. Catalogues post free. From J. J. Rice, 16 Wensum Street, near the Maid's Head Hotel, Norwich. Antiques, curiosities, old china, plate, furniture, bronzes, etc. B. Samuel, 37 and 39, Timber Hill, Norwich. Some of Mr. Walter Rye's works. Norfolk Antiquarian Miscellany in 6 parts. Dimai octavo. 1 copy of Parts 1 and 2, £5. Copies of other parts, £1 each. Part 6, now in the press. Some rough notes for a history of the 100 of North Erpingham. Parts 1 and 2, 15 shillings. A short calendar of feet of fines for Norfolk. Parts 1 and 2, £1 and 10 shillings. Monumental inscriptions, Holt and Happing Hundreds, 2 volumes, £1 and 5 shillings. Many others issued and in preparation. From A. H. Goose and Company, Rampant Horse Street, Norwich. Norwich Art Gallery, 66 London Street, 2 doors from Gurney's. G.T. Dimmock begs to call the attention of visitors and others to his gallery as above, and invites them to inspect his collection of watercolour drawings of the Broad and River scenery of Norfolk, by popular and talented artists. The great and increasing popularity of this scenery has led G.T. Dimmock to make special arrangements for a supply of these works. All are of a very choice and delicate character, and are offered upon most advantageous terms. Artists' materials. Every requisite for sketching, regularly kept in stock, and can be forwarded to any address at the shortest notice. Photographs of Norfolk, including Norwich Cathedral, Yarmouth, Cromer, and the Broads, etc., by the best operators and publishers. Framing and gilding in all its branches. Advice relative to the treatment of works of art, whether oil paintings, drawings, or engravings, gratis. High-class fancy goods department. This department contains a brilliant stock selected from the best English and continental factories, and comprises English polished brass goods, Dresden and other china, leather, ivory, glass and electro goods suitable for wedding and other presentations. The gallery is open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. G.T. Dimmock Art Gallery, 66 London Street, Norwich. 2 doors from Messrs. Gurney's Bank. Trebles, Victoria Hall Studios, Norwich, under the most distinguished patronage. Photographic portraits of every description. Superior photography and artistic arrangements. The best and most approved appliances for the production of rapid portraits of children. Portraits, life-size, in watercolour, crayon, etc. The excellence of Mr. Treble's photographs is well known. W. Hunt, bookseller, No. 7, Brigg Street, Market Place, Norwich. Issues quarterly catalogues of curious and rare books, including a list of Norfolk and Suffolk books. W. Hunt has now on sale fine copies of Bloomfield's Norfolk, Stark's Scenery of the Rivers of Norfolk, etchings by Davies of the Rivers and Broads, with many others too numerous to mention. Seeley's Commercial Boarding House, St. Stephen's Plain, Norwich. Central, airy, quiet and moderate. W. Howlett and Son, Musical Instrument Warehouse. Special notice to visitors. Pianofortes, harmoniums and organs. Let out on hire by the week, month or year, and sold by quarterly payments. Pianofortes suitable for yachts, private houses and public halls. W. Howlett and Son, Musical Instrument Warehouse, Marketplace, Norwich. The latest musical publications in stock. M. Edwards, haircutter, perfumer and hair worker, 15 Redline Street, Norwich. Walking sticks and canes. Morels, 210 and 211 Piccadilly, West End, London. Or Highland Branch, Inverness, North Britain. Preserved provisions in great variety, prepared especially for yachts at the lowest possible prices. Estimates given. Stores not consumed may be returned. Priceless on application. Anglers visiting the Norfolk waters should purchase their tackle, etc. of C.J. Green, Honourable Secretary to the Yare Preservation Society, 54 London Street, Norwich. National Fisheries Exhibition, Norwich, 1881. Awarded special prize of £10 for the best selection of tackle, suitable for the Norfolk and Suffolk inland waters. Also medal and diploma. Greaves, Greaves, Greaves. M. Redgrave, Timber Hill, Norwich. Is now selling fresh-made greaves, ground or broken, at 6 shillings per hundredweight. Excellent food for dogs, pheasants, ducks, and other poultry. Notice to anglers. Ensure a good day's sport by using Redgrave's Norwich ground bait, registered. Sold at fishing stations on all the rivers and broads by fishing tackle dealers and at the above address. Prepared and sold in bags containing £3. Price 6d. Redgrave ground bait, Norwich. Eastern and Midlands Railway. Fishing and boating on the celebrated Norfolk Broads. Daily excursions from Lynn, Fakenham Town, Aylsham Town, Norwich City, Cromer Beach, and all intermediate stations by any train before noon, and from Yarmouth Beach by any train up to and including 3 p.m. Available to return by any train on day of issue only. Tickets can also be obtained at the City Office, Haymarket, Norwich, as well as at the station. Note: the new line to Cromer Beach and Sheringham will be opened for passenger traffic, subject to the Government inspection, on Thursday the 16th of June, from which date the following service will come into force. For times of trains, see the company's timetables, and for other general information, apply to the company's district agents. Mr. W. F. Stafford, City Office, Haymarket, Norwich, or Mr. W. J. Price, Beach Station, Great Yarmouth, and at the Traffic Manager's Office, King's Lynn. By order of the Traffic Manager's Office, King's Lynn, May 1887. To yachtsmen and pleasure parties, don't be without a supply of mineral waters, lemonade, etc., and order direct from manufacturer. Hunt, Son and Company, Howard Street, Yarmouth, and St. Stephen's Street, Norwich. Tomlinson and Markham, established 1750. Hatters, hosiers, and glovers. The newest shapes in silk, felt and livery hats, always in stock. Boating shirts and caps in stock and made to order. Castle Street, Norwich. M. Palmer, Ye Old Curiosity Shop, opposite the Erpingham Cathedral Gateway, Tombland, Norwich. Dealer in antique furniture, old china, pictures, and curiosities. Leaving the cathedral, one can either pass down through the lower close and cross the river by Sandlings or Paul's Ferry, where there is an interesting water gate, or come out again by the Erpingham Gate and re-enter Tombland. The tumble-down old curiosity shop at the corner of the church alley opposite will no doubt tempt a Londoner to take home some remembrance of the old city, and he might do worse, for prices range cheaper here as yet than in London, and there are no Wardour Street goods made up. Extract from Rye's Popular History of Norfolk. Special and important to yachting or picnic parties. J. G. Snelling and Sons, in tendering thanks to visitors to the Norfolk rivers and Broads for the large amount of patronage accorded them during the growing popularity of these far-famed summer resorts, beg respectfully to invite a continuance of their support and recommendation. Their extensive stock of all requisites for the occasion enables them to execute with promptness and care all orders entrusted to them. Pies in chicken and ham, veal and ham, and pigeons and joints to order. Galantine of veal, Belgravian rolled ox tongues, pay sandu, Fray Bentos and lunch tongues, corned and roast beef or mutton, boiled rabbits, roast chicken, Halford's celebrated curried fowl, mutton or rabbit, in tins of all sizes, our renowned home-cured hams, breasts of bacon and chaps, also Charles Harris and Company's North Wiltshire bacon. Potted meats in great variety. Sardines, salmon and lobster of the best brands. Asparagus and French peas and beans in tins. Finest English and foreign fruits in season. Foreign wines of all kinds. Lemonade, soda, lithia, seltzer and other waters. Cross and Blackwell's, Lazenby's and Burgess's pickles and sauces. Table jellies, jams, marmalade, etc. Snelling's superior homemade salad cream, potted beef and calf's foot jelly, fresh daily. Cakes, biscuits and every description of confectionery. J. G. Snelling and Sons, Grocers and Confectioners, 23, 25, 29 and 31 Rampant Horse Street, Norwich, and 3 Pier Terrace, Lowestoft. Hook's Guidebooks to Great Yarmouth are the best and cheapest. 1 penny, 2pence and 6pence each. A large selection of photo views and medallions at Hewkes Library and Central Reading Rooms. 12 and 14 Market Row, Great Yarmouth. Chamberlain and Smith, importers of foreign wines, spirits and liqueurs, Exchange Street, Norwich. Agents for Bass, Acheson's and Worthington's ales, also for Guinness Extra Stout in casks and bottles. Sole agents for Worthington and Company's ales in 9 and 18 gallon casks, from 1 shilling per gallon upwards. Brewers to His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales. Sole agents for the Johannes Brunnen Natural Mineral Water. A very large stock of ports, sherries, clarets, Madeiras, champagnes, hocks, moselles, and every description of still and sparkling wines and spirits are offered at market prices. Detailed price list and samples forwarded on application. Bonded vaults, London and Great Yarmouth. Duty paid stock. Exchange Street, Norwich. Great Eastern Railway, the express route to the Broads. Tourist fortnightly and Friday or Saturday to Monday or Tuesday, first, second and third class tickets at reduced fares are issued by all trains from Liverpool Street and St Pancras to Yarmouth, Lowestoft, Hunstanton and Cromer, and from Liverpool Street to Clacton-on-Sea, Walton-on-Naze, Dovercourt and Harwich, Felixstowe, Southwold and Aldborough. Fishing and yachting. Cheap excursion tickets available by any train are issued daily. Frequent train service. Signed, William Burt, General Manager, London, May 1887. End of section 13. End of A Month on the Norfolk Broads on board the Wherry Zoe and its tender, the Tub Lotus, by Walter Rye.